Your day will come. Fucking disrespect.
That song is from around 1999. That was originally going to be a crack fight song. I had my first apartment by myself there, and I was working on things, and I decided to track that one out without any lyrics to kind of show off to the guys, and they really dug it, and I was hoping that it would go somewhat like that. I didn't necessarily want the vocals to go like that. I never really screamed on a track, but I went ahead and did on that one to see if I could even do it, and it seemed like it went pretty well. Seems like I've got some reverb and stuff on the thing. I'm listening to myself out there before I get started. I put a new reverb on there for performing, and I'm hoping that it's not terrible. It's not that bad. But let's go ahead and see how things go. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the volumes and stuff are not too bad. Got the heater on. I don't want there to be too much noise in the background. I want this to be a very nice kind of sounding, you know. And I put a noise gate and several things on here. Let's see how it sounds. I'm tracking, listening to the living room. It's a little bit below. There we go. cleaned up very nicely. We got the microphone on the right ear, microphone on the left ear, or vice versa. This might be in your right, this might be in your left. That's not my business. I'm just doing what I gotta do. And then stand right here and it's fine. I'll see if we can put an EQ on there. I want to test it and see how the EQ sounds like. I'll go ahead and turn that off. Check 1, check 2, check 3. It did add some volume. It's very bassy. This I just got the left and right ear. Okay, cool. This left and right works fine. EQ is coming off right now. Oh, got way quieter. Quite a bit volume. You can hear all the sound back there in like the heater, I'm guessing, but that's all right. Crank it back on, and let's check the L2 and make sure we're not saturating too much there. No, okay. Not a lot of reverb, and it doesn't sound that bad. I'm going to click back on, and we had 11. That was mine at 11:09, so we're still not full percent, 100% live. Let's check it out. We're closing in on time to start this up. We're doing with hypotheticals and stuff. 11:10. Someone's waiting. I checked in. Someone's waiting for this to start up. Screw it. If you're waiting, let's go ahead and get this going. This is the living room. That's why I want my living room earbuds to be working, because I can hear them in the living room. I can do whatever. I can put it on the... if I can get my earbuds to work correctly, I can even put them in the 4K TV in my bedroom, and then I can like cast my 4K in there. I wouldn't mind getting another TV for in here. There apparently what I say gets heard somehow or another out there, because the last couple of times I've gone to Walmart, on the floor are all these fucking old ass 720 flat screen TVs, like $80 for like a 30-40 inch. Like, it's got a big thing that says not smart, you know. It can Roku. It can handle a Roku stick, because that's really all you want, really. You just, I mean, you plug the HDMI of like if you have cable, the cable box, just plug that out there. If you have a HDMI DVD, they can handle HDMI. That's how this is just it works so good as a 42-inch monitor. I would love a 35, and I've seen like 35, so like 88 for 720. And they had some 1080s that were a little bit more expensive. And I'm like, I really don't have fun. I just need 720, really. This is a nice 25, but it's... I'd like a 30. Bigger doesn't mean better, but I can, you know, rest my old ass eyes. I'm wondering if I could cast to this screen. I'm trying to decide on whether or not I want to, I'm trying to stay calm about stuff. I'll keep joking and things. I'm going to try my best not to smoke too much. It's about time to eat some more chocolates. But my Tramadol will be kicking in here in a second, so I might smoke a little bit to carry me over while the chocolates kick in. I'll probably start some more music here for too long once I do that. But I don't want to be screaming about stuff, so we're going to stay off politics. It's getting warm, as you can see, so I'll probably cut off the heater with it off. I'll cut it off. It's extreme. It's like 72. I'll bring it down to 68. So let's put on some more music. I'm going to get some chocolate, bring my pod in here, and let's get this thing started. It's 11:12. I should have done that, whatever, but I saw someone was waiting, and I wanted to test that anyway. So let's go ahead and do this. Thank you for waiting. You're too kind. Let's do it. To the rescue. I don't think you can hear that. Let's see. What are you doing? Oh, I didn't unmute you over there. Mutual. You are getting sleepy, so sleepy. Relax and let the waves cascade all over you. Feel the rhythm of the pulsing, the dancing lights in front of your eyes. Do you see them? It's like the northern lights. If you don't see them, close your eyes and see them clearly. You'll begin to see that which cannot be seen. Therefore, you need no eyes. In this world of devolution, should we trust our senses when our senses tell us everything is wrong? So if everything is wrong, then shouldn't things that feel right be wrong? But don't they feel so good? How do we reconcile? That the serpent's tongue feels delicious, but the bite stings. So very good. How can you whisper words you want to scream? How can you talk to trees that think in logical pulses of equilibriums and diagrams not shown to man but buried deep within the roots? I'm getting angry. I need to calm it down here. Let's breathe it in, and we want to exhale it nice and slow. There, let it go. Let it go. Return to peace and serenity. I didn't mean to upset you about the trees, but sometimes they don't want to be talked to, and other times you were already talking when you stopped believing that you were. Improv, my dear. Improvisation. It's enough of your bullshit, sir. Alright, so, there's a road that seems right to a man, but the end result is death. There's a way that seems right to a man, but the end result is death. So saith the Bible. Oh, you're kidding me. I brought everything besides the separating stick. Do I have a knife? Yes, I do. That's good enough for me. When in doubt, knife it out. And the scooper pooper. First off, use the knife to clean the bowl. So I think I'm going to start doing these at least like once a week or so, and I can do them as long as necessary. You know I can ramble. If you watch my show, you know I can ramble forever, but it helps me a lot to have a subject and or subjects to ramble about. And so when I run out of a subject that I'm kind of getting done, all subjects kind of lead back to some angry places right now because they're all connected. Until those angry places are resolved and gone, and I don't mean a little bit, I mean for good. Because even any places now will still lead back to America, its sin, and the mistreatment. So we've got to get that completely burned out in the system. You can't just keep moving to a point where it finally pays off. There will never be a point where it pays off. We don't know how to balance. We as humans don't know how to balance. You know, how to make things right. Because the people that are alive want it made right for them. And that's not going to happen. It's a long, slow process. By the time it starts getting right for the people that were wounded, the people that were not wounded are going, I think we paid enough. Because you always feel like you paid enough. Right? But the thing is, the people that didn't pay, they understand. Look at the poor, the most allies for the gay, lesbian, multicultural, they're poor and they understand. That's the way it was back in Civil War times. It was like they were poor. It was about being rich. It was not about being any color. It was about being rich and having control and say so. And you're at a different strata. And what they did was convince poor whites that you are better off white, even though you're poor, than black. And they were so low down, they were like, really? I'm like, yeah, because you can possibly become one of them. They will never. Okay, they don't look like us. They don't act like us. They don't understand anything about us. They will never, ever be. And if you're from that area and you're kind of seeing how they are kind of kept down, like, yeah, I can see that. They will never get a fair shake. Abraham Lincoln said that they should send, not a vicious thing, but we should send African Americans back. They will never get a fair shake in this world. And that was before, that was when abolition was being proposed. And or they got him free, and he's looking at the way I did, like, yeah, we got you free. We kept the union together. There's some people that are not going to let this go, and we can't just go through and slaughter all of them. One, they're taxpayers. We need their workforce, you know what I mean? Blah, 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 blah. I thought about today, what if the British hadn't really kind of won? Because the Spanish came here, the French came here, what if the Native Americans took their shit back? Like, look, we understand you're here. We don't mind sharing the East Coast. Don't you? There's more coming? Yeah. Don't you pass the Mississippi. We're saying, and like all the tribes get together and like, we're saying, do not pass that fucking Mississippi River. Do you understand me? Oh, we're going to live all the way up to the East Coast. When you guys populate enough, we'll retreat back, but don't you ever fucking cross across the Mississippi. We will kill you. Because they were still very nice, weren't they? They're still very nice right now. Even though they're completely occupied. There's not a whole lot of, if the people that are attacking are white, African, the sniper, that one sniper, because the sniper snapped, and maybe his kid snapped too. He's kind of like the depression, blah, 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 whatever. They didn't have the confusion alone of America can make you fucking snap. Because here's this people telling you the goodness and the freedom and all this stuff, and you probably grew up with believing that. All it takes is one bad encounter with the police, whatever color you are, and you realize that shit is not true. You could be dealing with the fucking justice system as far as your children. You realize that is not true. You can vote all the time for who you want, and the government does not want that person to win, and you'll see it is not true. But as long as you're winning, occasionally, you keep going back to the fucking casino and keep them busy. What happens to the casino? Casino always wins. You get to feel like a winner for the night, the week, 2 weeks. Oh, you're on a streak. What if you just bet in the way the house wants you to bet? The way the house wants to win. Man, underdog, whatever, I call it. I get it right. You sure do, sir. And they're not going to point out the fact that, yeah, we're somehow or another, you're voting everything that we're doing. So, yeah. Actually, I did find out what you guys, if you let that know. I figured you guys are rich and you keep making money, so whatever you vote, okay, we got to either find some way to fucking silence your ass. Or put an end to you, or silence you for good. That is our strategy. You see what I'm saying? I wonder if they're watching me because they are getting the fucking... What I'm saying is putting shit together. Is that the case? I don't fucking know, but I know there's people outside that have been watching for a while. They haven't been watching as much recently because I haven't been broadcasting. As soon as I started broadcasting again, they were down there again. So I broadcast with any kind of frequency again. Because I was doing several times a day. Could have been like, if you're getting popularity, we've got to shut you the fuck down. But no one's listening anyway, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead and preach the fucking wind. You know what I mean? You get one or two people, it's not going to spread. No, I don't know. They just intended to put an intimidation factor on me. I don't know, but they were very blatant. Like I said, I'll catch them down there and they'll drive away, right? But then I know what they're going to do. They're either going to come back down there or they're going to sit at the top of the hill and aim at my front door. How many times I've seen them leave from there? And then, like, I wait like 15, 20 minutes at my front door to stay at the front door, and I happen to look right there, and there's a fucking car sitting there aimed. The same way that one was aimed at my house. This one's aimed at my house. Part of the top of the hill, where I got like a straight shot from my door. If I lean, like, my door's facing this way, but if I get in the door like that, bam, there they are. And I see them, and they take off from that spot. Like, they were sitting there, and I was like, I started walking that, I started heading that way, because I was going to the store, and I was like, tell you what, I even said it out loud, tell you what, guys, head out now. I already know what you're doing. I saw them before I even left. I'm like, I'm going to go to the store, so you guys might want to head out now, because I'm going to be going, and you can pretend that you're not doing what you're doing, and just head out now. And they just kept sitting there. I was like, all right, and I headed out the door, and I started walking that way, and I was like, tell you what, I'll give you one last chance. I'm going to go get my mail. And let me guess, you're not going to be there when I get back. I turned and I went and got my mail. I came back, and they weren't there when I got back. They were pulling, yeah. It's too obvious about some of this shit, man. You have to see, because like, I've just been following me for like a long time since I started talking to China. They'll sit a fucking cars at a right angle. You know what I mean? They're the last at one of my last houses. It was a pest or a cable company kind of van. It was always at this one house at the corner. They didn't live there. If I started going outside, they always left. You know what I mean? If I looked over and saw them, I'm like, same fucking van, be fucking, they're trying to spy on me. I come back to the window a little bit later, they're gone. I go back to washing the dishes. I'm gonna go back to watching TV. How can they go to the thing in the back room? I walk by and happen to look for a second. They're back there. Again, and then they'll take off. You guys are too obvious, man. Because I was the only one that had like a clear shot to the window right there that I had. You guys make it too obvious. And then after that, it's like, it's almost like now they're like, yeah, he knows, fuck it, we're just gonna fucking sit here. I told you by the time they're following me around with those black cars. But I think I'm calling it dead on. It's not that, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm a prophet or anything like that. Cause the things I'm saying make sense, but they're not all pulling together 100%, which is not a big problem. My main thing, as I said, the main thing is America is not your friend. It doesn't matter what the fuck's going on. Like I said, there was about 100% about Epstein. Epstein, the files, and Trump is in those files. They're starting to obfuscate, is that the right word for it? They're starting to obscure that by, they made it to murky waters about the First Amendment by taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air. They didn't have to do that. They could have said, fuck you, Trump, right? By taking him off the air, the people want that. Yeah, I mean, it's a popular person. They take it down. It becomes about a First Amendment issue to us, about whether or not they're going to sign. And they make sure to push, oh, we want those Epstein files, but then that's what you're going to do now is take away our First Amendment speech to protest against you, Trump? No, it wasn't that at all. Attacking ABC, because the heads of ABC were in that Epstein file. They just changed the narrative quickly. See? They used the media to change the narrative a bit. Are you that desperate to cover you and your, you know what I mean? I'm not with you. Are you that desperate to cover you and your pedophile friends? Oh, you're not in here anymore. No, I'm not in there anymore. Why did you drop Jimmy? Look at them. See, you had them. Now they're going, yeah, why would you try and silence that? I mean, They're not trying to silence, they're not saying Newsmax has to stop anybody. Even when you guys got caught lying, they didn't try and take you off the air. They didn't try to revoke your license. And you guys had to pay, like, and you paid. I mean, they wanted 1.2 billion, and you paid 700 something, almost $1 billion, and we're still listening to anything you have to say. They're kind of entertaining the people. I see Jesse Waters sick with himself. Like I said, I read people. He's trying to tank his own and or kind of point out to people how stupid they are, because they're talking about the escalator, and he's like, we need to bomb them. Bomb the UN, because they embarrassed our president with this obvious escalator stunt. They obviously want to humiliate our president. We should either sanction them, withdraw from the UN, or, fuck them, blow them up. Probably hoping everybody's like, blow them up? No, what? You've gone insane. But probably people are like, this is my guy, they're talking. Some of the people at home go too far and probably change the channel. Stop listening. Some. But then the problem is there's not enough people going out and saying, like a group, the dump Trump group, look, I get it. I was a fan. Here's my shirt. Here's my shit. Here's me January 6th in the yard with my mouth aghast at what they were doing. I thought there might be Antifa also. And then I've been watching what he's been doing. And my prices are not going down. Eggs are not going down. This is not going down. All the shit's saying, okay, if he gets all this stuff, release the Epstein file so I know that you're not in there. I want to know that you're not in there. If you're even in there, I want you out of that presidency. If you're even in there, me and all these people, if you're even in that list for any reason, we want you out. Well, Bill Clinton's not fucking running. Bill Gates is not the president. Are you in that book? Well, we have to get back in session, then get your ass back in session. Or you saw we said January 6th? Yeah. The rest of us are coming through. Tell you what, you have until January 6th to get this shit back. Government open or not. Pickaxe, I've already got it. Chainsaw, I've already got it. Gas powered, already got it. Gun, already got it. Hunting rifle, already got it. Time. I'm fired now. I'm furloughed. When you fired all those people, suddenly they can't buy their daily lunches. And so I'm out. I'm out. Because my place was downtown near a very big government building, and there are people that work for the government and people that work for the government building, and they can't get in the government building because it's shut down. So my store I work at, which I wanted you to make it a better store because I run my own shop, and you said you're going to help small businesses. You crippled me. I've got nothing but time on my hands now. What could I do? I can get to the streets very easily. Well, was it bad as Joe Biden? Yeah, it was bad, but we were open. Now that I've had some distance from it, it's like actually it was better. At the time, I was just still too racially pissed at Obama, but now that I've had some time, I'm like, this sucks way worse. And there's no one voicing that opinion. And you see, it keep constantly going back there. So I was trying to find something a little bit better. This microphone setup is way better, and I don't know if it would be better for me to read Keep Kristarean. I mean, I can possibly go ahead and put up people that do watch seem to be kind of quiet, which is fine. But I can put up a weekly post and stuff and see like what the ASMR for the week should be. I'll do a couple hours and stuff. I'll do like, drugs, God, and whatever. So I'll make a 3 choice, because that way I'm not putting out other, and people can put suggestions, whatever. If anyone's even interested in these, no one seems to be really interested in any of them. I mean, like later on, people tuning in, I'd have no problem with that at all. Again, I'm doing this for me, but again, if I'm just doing it for me, I might go for an hour. But if people want to see longer ones, go too. It's even longer than that. I can go 4 and 5 hours talking on one subject, but if someone wanted to hear about that one, if I'm just talking to me, I'm going to be rambling, blah, 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 blah. Then, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go, yeah, let's hear back to, I mean, If someone's actually wanting to hear something, I will stay focused. I can start, like, if you can tell me, like, in depth how guitar pickups work, I'll look it up and we can go through it together, like what I know, and I'll look up some more shit and whatever, and we can go through it. Because you start keep Kristarean over with these good microphones and the good, more of a setting. Sure. Wear the cape. Absolutely. Get into character. Sure. But right now, Zane doesn't really have much of his own character because I just got finished writing those other books. So he's just kind of first person telling it, so he doesn't really have a personality. I'd have to, like, focus on, if there's any personality, it's going to be me, And I don't want to do another. I mean, I think the other character in Robber and Thief is me. There's a way I could probably tweak it to a more innocent version of me before whatever, I'd probably have more kind of upbeat kind of voice like this, instead of fucking like, I know what the world's kind of. Back when I was happier, it sounded more like this all the time, But as time went on, it just starts getting lower and lower because it was like, yeah, no, it's not going that way at all, is it? You just hear it a little bit more. And then when I get happy, I go back to being a little kid. That's what was really good, but I thought was really cool about when I read Robber and Thief, was I got done, like, by the time I got done, I was just like, just fairly, I didn't feel, but I was playing the character. He'd gotten around my age, and he'd gotten jaded and whatever, and he'd been, like, the fourth one, he was just smoking the whole time, so I smoked the whole fucking time. Each one you hear those, whatever, I was smoking. There's a lot of shit that I cut out my coughing and stuff like that. I cut out a lot of the, I might put in one, just like the last one. I could just numb up for days. Who even knows? I was actually smoking the whole fucking time and still reading, because, it was fun, it was cool, and I could do it. I could get really fucked up. And it wasn't like I was smoking cigarettes, I was smoking pot, like, hard. Yeah. Now I'd be smoking this shit, but I don't lose my shit. This morning when I woke up, that was that nice kind of high. I was still fucking high, left over. And like I said, I could see kind of like the fabric of reality. I've heard people say they see it here, they can see stuff behind it, and I'm like, I can see that you're seeing with the air, you know what I mean? You're seeing the fabric of reality that makes up the air. I'm seeing more of the fabric of reality mixed with the walls. It wasn't quite like Neo, because like I could see the blue of the walls, but also, like I said, I could see the texture. Yeah, like a hypercolor. If you work in video games, you know what I'm talking about, like the one that causes the light, the specular one that causes the light to look like it's actually 3D. I could see the different brush. I couldn't see the order, but I could see the brush strokes that made up the smooth look that I see. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. On top of that, I was doing a bit of a breathing thing. I'm like, that's what I like my reality to look a bit, Right now, because that way I know this is bullshit. When we get to the next one, I want it to be as solid and rigid as as can be. I don't ever want to wake up out of the dream like, wait a minute, what the fuck? And there's too much stuff in this world that makes me go, why are you fucking with my dream? You know what I mean? I know I'm dreaming. Everyone's dreaming here. Why are you fucking with me? Right. I get that, but don't. It's not helping. If you think that's helping, it's not helping. Or are you here to hurt? You know what I mean? Are you here to hurt? Are you here? Just let me know that now. Just let me know that now, and we can work from there. I'm here to hurt. Right. So it's gonna hurt. Cool. Let's do it. My mom warned me to not do acid again because she saw me going somewhere I didn't want to go. So I did it. I don't know why. There's no way she could have seen that unless I did. Unless I went. So obviously it had to happen. Yeah. And I did go somewhere that I didn't want to go, but now I'm glad I did. It was necessary. Later on, when I was talking to my mom, finally trying to get to know her, I was like, and I did, you want to know why? And she's like, why? And I was like, because you said you saw it. If you hadn't said that to me, I wasn't going to ever do it ever again. I plan on never doing it again. But because you said you saw it, I kind of had to, because there's no way that you could have seen anything unless I did it. You understand? You can't, in order to do something like that and stop, you'd have to be a pivot point, like from here on. You know what I mean? Like I had an idea today, like, I mean, where I was talking about, like, if Jesus just appeared to you, like, Jesus appeared to me, like, right now, it's like, hey, dude, you can't ask any questions, I need you to fucking trust me, okay? And if I love my dad, yeah, sure, I've got to kill him, I've got to take him now, I can't talk why or anything, I'm like, do what you got to do. Good, thank you. I just want to make sure you're not going to have your feelings hurt, because if your feelings are hurt, you're going to rebel on me, and I can't have that either. I'd rather have you not rebel on me. We can fix that later, but this is the easiest way. Do what you got to do. You know, you said you can't explain. Don't explain anymore. Just do it. Get it done. Thank you. And he's gone. Your dad's dead. I know. You don't love him? Love him to death. I'll see him again. More than likely behind Jesus, where I couldn't hear. I was like, come on, son, make the right choice. I don't care. I'm fine. You know what I mean? Can you imagine? Look, I can't explain anything, Barbara. I have to kill your 4-year-old right now. The one sleeping in there, I have to kill him. But if you're going to be mad at me and turn on me, I don't want to lose you. Why? I can't answer that right now. Okay, yeah. No, then don't do it. Okay, if I explain it to you why it's going to happen. What's going to happen? Your kid becomes the next fucking Hitler. Not through anything you do. But if we stopped it right now, anytime we stop it now, anytime after this, it's not going to make as much difference. Especially now that you know. Like, if we try to stop something here and, like, stop Donald Trump from being whatever, it's too late. America's here, and that's the problem. You have to go back and, like, tell the Native Americans, like, when they get here, show no mercy, and then go across the fucking thing, and, like, you guys need to all come and focus on the East Coast. You guys down there, you need to focus on as far as you can in the East and just line that shit and never let them step foot. That would make a huge, look how much would change. Hitler wouldn't get the idea, but they probably what would happen. They probably go back and come back with cannons, especially with just arrows and shit. Now, if they had equal firepower, catapults and things like that, sinking their ships at sea, they wouldn't be able to make it back. And people would go, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I guess the world just drop off over there, or they know it's round and, like, something happened out there, probably storms and shit. Well, let's go. And if every time they go, those get fucking sunk. Then people can go and going over there. And going that way, we can go this way. That's the way it works. You know what I mean? And that would change the actual outcome of. But if you were just going to, like, okay, we repelled them once, and, like, unfortunately, that one got away, and they're going to come back with 40 more ships, more cannons, blah 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 blah, more armies. They're going to come from the south. They're going to come from every fucking direction. They might even come from the east. How long until China finds out there's a fucking open? It's over. We had to sink. I told you we had to sink all of them. Without the right technology, like, look, just let them do it. What? Just let them do it. It's gonna suck, but it's the fastest way. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it anyways. Just let them do it. Stay true. Continue being nice. Nice, yeah. They're gonna take everything, but be nice to them. Just don't let that change who you guys are. How long? I fucking wish I don't know. It will end. It will end. It will end. Yeah. You can do anything. You can put up with anything as long as you know it'll end. What about people who die? They don't really die, do they? No, we go to the ancestors. You go to the ancestors, and we'll, like always, we'll bring you back like you always do. And we always do that, right? Like, yeah. No, when your ancestors, like with people that don't know your ancestors, then they cycle back through, and then you come up, and, you know, it's the same thing we've always done. Okay, yeah. We're gonna just, like, either alive, you're gonna have to sit up here, and then we're gonna come down like fucking rain. Gotcha, yeah. We're gonna show them what real warriors do. sitting under the throne. How long, Lord? How long? But we know you. We already knew you before they got here, and they came killing us, and we don't know your son. We didn't need your son because we weren't sick. Certain things have to happen so that way they know that what I said is true, and then that I'm who I say I am. Don't worry, it's coming close. He's in the office now. It's so fucking close. And look, they're falling away. If they're not atheists, they're joining in these churches that are not anything that I have to say. Look at them. Look, that one just said that old peace and forgiveness shit doesn't fly around here anymore. And the fucking congregation is leaving to go listen to some guys going to preach the hellfire. Oh, I remember the hellfire days. Oh, I remember my hellfire days. Having a dad kind of mellowed me the fuck out because I didn't want to hellfire my son. Like you, things change. My mind changes. My mind can never change. Well, you know everything. Did you know everything? Sometimes does it come, let us reason together? Why would you do that if you already know everything? Why would you ask them to come reason together? Two heads are better than one. Why? Because you can come reason together and be like, why is that not good? Well, right, it's just bad for you. Yeah, we're going to do it anyways. Why? Because all of them get better. Who needs you? You know what I mean? Why shouldn't I do that? Well, because I did it. Is that true? Yeah. Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. I had no idea. What is there? Are there any suggestions that would work better? How about this? I like that. Is it? I mean, what else we got? Yeah, I mean, let's reason. What else we got? What can make that? Anybody got anything better than that? Well, this is you guys, so I have no idea what it's like to be you guys, and you don't know what it's like to be me. I can make it better for you guys, but I didn't know. Is anyone? Everyone's happy, and other than that, it's just this is kind of an annoying thing. Let's fix it. Okay, let's fix it for the ones that have a problem with it then. Why does it have to be one size fits all? No, fuck that. We can customize this shit. We have bigger special benefits. You can have it too. You said you didn't want it. I don't want it. Okay then, we'll figure something out for you. You know, we'll balance it out. We can live with that. Yeah, let's reason together. Come on, man. Calm the fuck down. You think I want to hurt any of you? I mean, I will. And I won't think twice about it. So just watch your fucking mouth. I say come with us reason together, not come with bark orders. Matter of fact, talk to my son, you know, and he'll relay it back to me. Because if you come talking with that kind of attitude, he'll be like, why don't we change that? I'll go talk to him. If you're that passionate about it, I'll go talk to him, okay? Because you won't be here. I'm trying to tell you, I'll get it done. But you won't be here anymore. He'll get it done. You won't be here. It's a good idea. He's like, but you don't talk to me that way. So, everybody else wants that? Yeah, I have no problem with giving that. You don't talk like that, man. You don't talk like that. That wasn't necessary. Hey, man, can we have this? Absolutely. Why not? I didn't know you needed it. What else is next? What else? Seriously, you can get, you know, what do you get the person that has it? God, in this case. The person that has everything. Attention. Love. Do you match him? Never. You just do your best that you can. You'll never match he gives you air, he gives you lungs, he gives you skin. How are you going to compete with that? The best you can do is just love him. Thankful. If he asks you to do something, be like, yeah. And if you can think of something to go above and beyond, like, would this help more? No, just stick to the one I got. Okay. Is there anything else I can do on top of that that'll help? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, actually, could you? Done. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. No, thank you. And I'm not joking. I have feet that can do that. I have muscle mobility, and I can help you out, and I ain't got shit to do. So let's fucking do this, man. Make sure I don't fall down. Make sure I get it done for you, all right? I'll do my best, but if I can't make it and you need this done, right? Yeah, you're going to have to help me out sometime. Like if it's like I got to climb some shit, I might need a rope. You know what I mean? I didn't pack one. All right, I got you. Yeah. I'll let you know as I'm going, though. Nice. I like the way you're thinking. It's a whole new thing. I don't know what's out there necessarily. I mean, can you imagine how boring forever would be if you knew every little detail? I mean, at the end, sure, I can understand at the end of everything, when it's time to start it all back over. And would you want to go through back to the most painful shit? No, I just cut this part out. Because this part is what, when it gets done, it'll go back. We got to look at it. Like let's say God loses. The devil wins. He can ride that for as long as he can come up with something to do. And almost everything that he's going to come up to do is shit that's already there. Yeah, nothing new. His whole thing is that he doesn't need God. We don't need God. But without some kind of inspiration, eventually the idea, and there's nothing new to do, is there? And no one can think of anything new. I don't care if it's 1,000 years, I don't care if it's 4 billion years, I don't care if it's 4 eternities. I don't care if it's 7 eternities. God's still alive, he's just lost that battle. And you're in control and you want him gone, so therefore you're in control. But eventually, like, okay, the only thing left to do is stop and start it all over from the very beginning. But you don't have a place where you begin without God. So as soon as you decide to stop, it undoes everything and it goes back to God's original plan before you were ever created. You understand? And he pops to life and goes back to the original cycle of making him his original cycle before whoever you were. And if he has memory of what happened, he doesn't remember much, but like, okay, we don't make that guy this time. And then all the sin that he had originally planned, you know what I mean? All the stuff that he has original plan, all of us, and none of the bad shit, whoever the original one. So even if he wins, eventually there's no more shit to do. And you can keep trying to push and keep trying to push, keep trying to push. Eventually you're going to realize you got to run it long enough. You got to run your idea long enough. When you, at the end, but you should go like, there's really nothing to do but to start it over. And I can't fucking wait to start with no memory being this and just start this all again. It's going to be so insane. I got to start this over again. I don't have anywhere I created myself. Oh, I created myself. I created him to create myself. So we can go back to there and we'll go right there. And that's where we'll start again. But I got to stop here and start over again. When you go to start over again, it starts over with who? God. Now he has all the knowledge of everything you did that he doesn't want to do. And so he just doesn't make that one thing that made the choice and made everyone else turn away. Keeping all the things that they did like and then getting all the things that you don't. And all of a sudden heaven just got better anyways. For all of us. You learn something new. But you've never done it with him where it never went to that extreme where anything started to hurt. You know what I mean? Where like we gotta try some needles through the nipples. You know what I mean? We don't have to do that. Needle the nipple? I really don't. If you do, then like, I like it. Cool. Me? I'll pass. You know what I mean? It's not necessary. I get disease and infection and those kind of things need to kind of go. We need something to make you appreciate today. You know what I mean? You need something to kind of fuck things off. You need a bit of chaos to fuck things off. Just so that things don't go exactly the way you want, because that way you don't see everything, and that little bit of worry is priceless. It's priceless. There's more than the worry is the reassurance, right? You fucking might not go this. When you're reading a story, this might like, oh fuck, I thought I knew how this was going. Oh shit, this is not looking good. Oh, okay, he didn't die. oh, fuck, can you get out of this? So that is not at all what you guys planned. You see what I'm saying? It's not at all what was planned. The only person that goes like that for is the reader. We want that for the author, too. The author's like, I remember writing, but oh, fuck, I hope he gets out of this. I don't, I know me. It could go either way. I've written some, I don't remember how this one goes, honestly. Oh, fuck, yeah, I remember this. Oh, shit. This is the tragedy. I remember this. Yeah, last minute I remember it. Yeah, this was the tragedy. Like a director. This guy's fucking pretty good. I mean, that sounds like I'm bragging. Because I forgot for a second that it was me. And it's pretty good. I didn't say, this guy's fucking fantastic. This guy's pretty good. Oh, that's egotistical shit. That's me. I forgot for a second because not that I don't remember, but it's like kind of starting over and it seems vaguely familiar. Or like, all heartstrings pulled, exactly. You didn't get sad. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck, is he gonna get out? You directed it, you don't know? Oh, no, yeah? I directed a lot of shit. I don't remember which one this was. Oh, shit. Yeah, all right, cool. I did get out. Good. You know what I mean? A little uncertainty, even though your hope is just that hope. And, whatever. That's pretty nice. It's kind of nice. Like buying a lottery ticket. So think of all the things you do. You can find out what kind of person you are, so. You want to find out what kind of person you are? Buy a lottery ticket when the lottery is high. But buy it about a week in advance. I buy it the night of because, as much as I can. Have you ever seen the movie Lucky Numbers? That's why. They're rigged. There's a reason why they haven't cut off an hour before the drawing. They've been keeping track of all the numbers that are possible, and they've been weighing down balls or having a good pool of what's possible that's going to be called. Yeah? And what will still pay out some, but not the full jackpot, because the bigger jackpots give out bigger taxes to the state. Whatever happens to you, or the 14, 15 people that buy, who fucking cares? The tax revenue is what I worry about. When the crime rate of marijuana infractions has dropped so dramatically because of the legalization here in Michigan that they're looking at how can we increase the crime rate. We were making so much money off drugs, off popping a crime. And now most of our arrests for that, which are very simple, easy, because you'll never take me alive, copper. This is my drugs. I'm going to get at me, about to smoke some more marijuana. It doesn't happen. Get his hands. We can get us all stoned. We're all good people. I'm going to smoke you all out. You know what I mean? Back up or I'm going to smoke these kids. These kids are going to get stoned as shit. Doesn't happen. Hey, little kid. It's not really skills. It's a bag of M&M's going to get you stoned. I'd love to give you the ones that get you stoned, but they're $10 a bag, fuck ass. Here's some fucking M&M's. The fuck out of here. I'm going to get, how rich I'd have to be and how much of a dick I'd have to be like, hey kid, what are you, 7? Time you got high. On top of that, you don't get to enjoy the knowing if they actually did. You don't get to see them get high. And like there's a thing like eat your candy and record you getting fucked up on the, you know what I mean? The kids are going, oh, I hope I got some fucking good ass. And then they get silly, and then they say, like, David after Demness type shit. They're just going, Halloween's the best! You don't see that shit, so I'm not going to waste my drugs on that. I'm not going to waste my drugs on some kid that, like, how do you know that kid's going to be okay from that, Druggies are a lot more compassionate than you probably would think. And they're a lot colder than you probably think. Like I said, you watch someone die right in front of you, and like, from heroin overdose. And if you're a heroin addict yourself, there's still some left in that bag. You know what I mean? Not as much as he shot, but I mean, if I die too, if I can overdose, then we both overdose. They can't bust me for that. And he's already dead. Yeah? You should be able to go to your doctor, or any doctor, or any fucking, even your fucking, like if you have an apartment or wherever you're at, and go, hey, I'm a heroin addict, I need some Narcan. They go, I have no questions asked. They should. You should die. Why? Why should they die? They are. They're wasting their shit. And you're not wasting your job as a fucking hotel concierge. You're not wasting your life as a fucking mail clerk. You're not wasting your life as, you know? We're all wasting our lives depending on how you look at it, how judgmentally you look at it from somebody else's view. A rock star, man, you guys are wasting your lives. First class, champagne, people kiss your ass all the time. Fucking male or female, I can date whoever I want to. Anytime I want to. People just throw themselves at me. I don't have to commit to nobody. Wasting your life there, pilot. With wife and kids, you're wasting your life. Fucking when you get older, you're gonna wish that you had a wife and kid, you know? You're both wasting your lives. I'd live and die for this country. Your right to be a rock star and to fly a plane in non-bombing areas, airspace, because I'm a goddamn real patriot. Yeah, I mean, everything's a waste of time, depending on which direction you want to look at it. Bums are like, you guys are all wasting your fucking time. I eat, I sleep. Then all that fuck. You gotta get people houses. You gotta get them homes. If they really wanted the life that we have, I think they would do that. There is no other option for people that are not normal. No clean, sane option. They're all fucking gross and disgusting. You know what I mean? Why? Because you don't care. You don't want to live by our rules? Get out. If you taught some of them carpentry and gave them like the throwaways from different like job sites, and when they make movies and they tear the whole set, like the one that's from that, you know, one of the leftovers from what they build shit, and then when they're done, the things they've built, take those things, because they don't need them anymore, so they just tend to throw them away unless someone takes them with them. And they got another set to build on that site, so they don't give a fuck. They can't keep everything unless it can be needed for next season. But some like the walls and staircases and shit, take this shit out and let them fucking put it, you know what I mean? Help them build some shit. Whether that no man's land, whatever the free man thing, whatever, it's one of the last free places, instead of trying to shut down in California, shut it down, try and help it out. At least go out there and find out what would help you guys. But if we build a bunch of individual rooms where you could like lock yourself, you could get like a good night's sleep without having to worry about it, would that help? Like, no one over here does that. Okay, well, what do you need? We could eat some food and shit. In the middle of the desert, how you gonna get food? Greenhouse? Right. Oh yeah, what if we built you like a big fucking greenhouse, and underneath they probably help to terraform it. We can pretend someone out here help like that the ground will actually get saturated and shit. And we could use like a big water with the fish type of thing. That would help us, and especially if you showed us how to do it. I'm kind of a cop, and I'm kind of sick of all the shit. Could I come live out there with you guys? Sean, what? I'm sick of fucking doing this, man. I just want to, they need kind of a police force. At least they have someone to go to, right? Yeah, we could use that, right. I'm looking at the housing and shit going up, and you guys are right. This is free. No pay? No pay. You have food out here? Yeah, at least vegetarian food. And then fish, right? Fish, at least I need some meat. Yeah, we'll figure out something. We can help build like a fucking salmon weir or some kind of shit, you know? Some kind of fishing type thing where they can just fish. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I could do that. Could I be a cop out here? Not if you're gonna walk. No, I won't be a dick. I'm just saying, like, if you guys need help. John, there's a fight, you know? Break it up. If nothing else, seeing that example. I'm not here to take sides. What's going on? We don't need to fucking fight. There are gonna fucking problems. Why do you have to rehabilitate them so they have to come back to our fucking shit? Maybe they don't want to be there. I don't want to be here. There's not many other viable options because of the way things are set up. I mean, if you want to get like a house and shit out in the woods, again, you have to get money to get all that shit. Otherwise, you have to steal it. Be in cahoots with someone that's willing to give it away. Now, I'm sure I could probably find people that were giving away enough stuff on, like, Craigslist, like pallets, fucking hot water, you know, all the shit that I would possibly fucking need to jerry-rig a bunch of shit, but I'd need a place to put it. But they're not going to come expand to and go, what are you doing out here? I live out here. We have the deed to this. How long have you been out here? 10 years? Well, you gotta go. I don't want to go. Well, the town's gotten bigger. There were no, like, towns. There was, like, way, like, yeah, I know, but you didn't hear about the fucking... How would I hear about it, asshole? Been out here in the woods 10 years. Oh, this has been up for, like, the last 5 years and shit, so, yeah, we've been expanding shit for, like, oh, yeah, you have no idea. Okay, yeah. I was thinking that shit in my around 18 years old. Where the fuck would I go here in the States? If I don't claim it and buy it and fight and defend it, they're coming to take it eventually. Like I said, now you search BLM, you don't get Bureau of Land Management and Clive and Bundy. Not that I side with them. But you don't get that. You get Black Lives Matter. If you start looking at BBB, you're going to get big Brazilian butts. No, I'm kidding. You're going to get Build Back Better. And so I'm trying to pivot it so that you would not get that. You get Big Beautiful Bill. And they're saying these people are running a pedophile protection program. The PPP loans. No, the PPP, we got bigger problems than the PPP loans. This is a pedophile protection program. Putting pedophiles in a protection program to protect the pedophiles. We want to open the government so they can get the pedophile protection program shut down. Yeah, Biden and their pedophile protection program. We've come to call it the PPP. Pedophile protection program. Here we are coming up on January and they're still protecting pedophiles. That's why we don't want to open the government. We would not sign this. This time we are not opening the government. Until he gives us the pedophiles he's protecting, we will not stand for this pedophile protection program. We got rid of the PPP loans. Zeroed out the loans. The reason to look at the PPP loans. That's the pedophile protection program now. While he try to sell you the Build Back Better, the big beautiful bill, don't let him fool you. That was Build Back Better. Sorry, it's Build Back Better. I'm not accusing you of anything. Lampy. so many psychological tricks they try to use on you, you know? Because of the natural inclination of when you point. Me? The fact that these are some college graduates speaking at an 8th grade level. Why? Because the people are talking at a 4th and 5th grade level. As sad as that is. So Trump speaks around the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade level, and they're like, I understand everything he's fucking saying. That's probably what they mean by everyone's 12 now. Let's see, how old would you be? Well, I was 8 years old when I left California. And I was in 3rd grade, 9 years old in 4th grade, 10 years old in 5th grade. So yeah, everybody's 10 years old, between 8 and 10. And you can be like, well, the cops didn't do it. You know what I mean? Because your childish mind is like, the cops are good people. Superman helps the cops. Cops help Superman. Duh. Scabs are for owlies. If it hurts, you don't do it. Very simple stuff. Not like if you hurt it, if it hurts too bad, don't do it. If it hurts a little bit, you can kind of pinch it. You know, a little bit of, you know, a little pinch, you know, a little. It's like, ah! You start hissing at your partner, that's when it's time to stop it. And this one goes, and that's too far, my friend. You need to put an apology on the next one. Oh, that's Pajama Jam. Got carried away, I'm sorry. You were making louder and louder noises and racehorsing it. Well, that's why I got the rider crop. My hand didn't seem to be doing anything, so I got the riding crop, and then that's when you're like, ah. Also, I can get hit. You can hit me. All right. I'm supposed to like it, mister? You look here, mister. No one said that's my shit. You're the one with the with the diapers and the... Not on live camera, please. Not on live. Not on live. Well, it's pre-recorded so we can make some money. Because this is great, but we just pause for a little bit. It's working. It's working. Can you imagine, like, some people getting together and showing, like the newest porn fucking stars, like the people that just really love each other and they fucking just blow each other's freaking brains. No AI, guaranteed no AIs, and they're just blowing each other's freaking brains, and everybody just goes, I want that. I'm like, yeah, but you gotta know the person. You can't just, I mean, you're not gonna get this out of just any fucking body, you know? And like the big trend becomes like, okay, if you are not willing to be fucking honest with everything, because I'm gonna lay shit down on the first day. I want to get started on this as quickly as possible, so we need to skip all the bullshit. If you're not gonna be honest first day, get the fuck out of here. I got things I need to do, and it's like everybody, male and female, gay, whatever. I got shit to do. It would be cool, like they had the cheaters community, but they didn't have like a really. I never joined the cheaters community because I was always with somebody when I watched cheaters. Like I said, the first time I watched it was fucking vindicating to watch people get caught, right? The second time I started watching, I watched the whole thing through as far as I could go, and then even later on in the episodes where Clark Gable Jr. died of a oxycontin overdose like that. It's like that sucks, you know. Because he seemed like a nice guy that genuinely want. I mean, you know, you can tell when people are actually being true and when people are just kind of, fucking around. But maybe that's what he did started doing because he was. It seemed like the very first guy and Joey Greco, Tommy Grant and Joey Greco, like they had been cheated on. Especially their behavior at the especially when the guys or the guy or the woman is trying to play the person their old usual way. Baby, so were you calling her baby when you were with the other girl? You know what I mean? So was the other guy also baby? And the person's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Because they're just about to fall into the shit. And these kind of, why don't you shut up? You're instigating. Yes, I'm instigating because I need to know why you're lying, and that person they're trying to get it separated so you can hear. But why are you lying to her? Let's just get out of here. He wants to get you, you know what I mean? Why did she have to go away? Why don't you want to answer this simple question? Can we just go home so we can talk? Because I almost had you and this fucking dude. And he's a little guy, but he's getting right in their face. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, fine. And if you're going to fight me, you're going to fight me. You're going to get on camera and we're going to see the shit out of you. That's fine. At least you don't, if he decides to walk away from your fucking psycho ass and you don't give him more of the fucking supply anymore, ever. If you suffocate and die from the humiliation, that's fine. Even if I get killed right here, he got knifed one time. But I could see that, when he died of OxyContin, he might have been like, yeah, I got fucked over and I'm not fucking, I spend the rest of my time bussing people. It might not feel so good because when I was watching it back, you also got to see the humanity of the person who got screwed over, and they're heartbreaking, and it's just because they go home with the person, and they're like, oh fuck, they're probably gonna go back. You can read some of them, you're probably gonna go back too. I'm going back. Nope. That's the last goddamn time. Last time. Oh no, yeah, you're gonna be. You know what I mean? You're gonna be going back. Well, we got back together. She said she's really sorry. We're going to count. Why isn't she there with you, though? That'd be a good follow-up. On top of that, as we're getting ready to leave, we'll follow her again for free if you want to make sure. No, I trust you. Oh, I get that. I put the card in his hand. If you ever feel, we'll do a follow-up. And since you kind of did this thing, we'll do that for free. And then we can play the whole thing together. And have you come back again. Yeah, just in case. I didn't think the first time either. But I think it's okay. That's fine, it's cool. If anything doesn't sit well. But yeah, all you can do is give them the information, and then they have to decide what they're going to do with their life from that point on. And some of them, like I said, you see the fucking the hurt, and that's fucking god awful to watch. And then there was a Russian couple was on there one time. I dissected what the fucking was wrong with that pretty quickly. I'm guessing the Eastern European guys don't believe in going down very much, and she wanted it. It's not that she didn't want to be with that dude, but so she started dating a woman, and I've long said that I would be involved when my wife can date as many women as she fucking wants. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. No dudes. And I don't have to be involved in that because again, I can't put myself where I can reciprocate, like 2-on-1. So just do your fucking thing, whatever that is. I don't give a shit. But I don't have to be involved in that. It's fine. Do it in the house. I don't care. Do it at the park. Wherever you fucking, I don't care. Be faithful. And if you're going to fucking cheat on me, just give me a call first and say, hey, we're not together anymore. Cool. At least I know where I stand. I can deal with any truth, you know what I mean? I met somebody. Cool. We're going to go on a date. Right, that means we're not together anymore, and I'm cool with that. Are you cool? I'm not even, I'm joking. Is he a cool person? Yeah. I'm happy to meet him, But we're not together anymore. You go on this date, we're not together anymore. And like, yeah, I know. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I may have a date soon too. Also, there was some girl that's interested, but I've never been available. So, but if I'm not available now, then I might. Like, yeah. Okay, cool. See ya. And hey, thank you for not. Yeah. Seriously, that's how cool I am. And thank you for not cheating on me. No problem. Can I use the house? If it's like a joint house, like, yeah, of course. It's your house too. If I'm paying for it, no. Sorry, no. Why? Because I don't want you getting that on my sheets and shit. Oh, we're not good as a first date. I get that, but first dates can go pretty quickly, especially if, what if this is the dude of your dreams? I'm not. I get we didn't do it the first night, but I mean, what if this dude is? Yeah. At least I'll go somewhere else for your first date, If you guys need somewhere to hang out, then sure, but can we crash at your place for a little bit? No fucking in my house, but yeah, that's fine. I'm that cool. Can you help me move my shit out? Yeah. What's going on, man? Sean. Hey, don't worry. We were together, it's over. How does it matter? She liked you so much, she called me and said it's over. Just helping her move her shit, because she was nice enough to not cheat on me, man. You know what I mean? So, congratulations, it'd be cool. I don't hold any will, because you didn't do anything bad to me, did you? Look now. She didn't do anything bad to me, yeah? You need any help with anything? Oh, okay, cool. That's my TV. Oh, you have 3. That is true. You guys don't have one? No. Fuck it, take it. I only got that one because you needed a TV in the back room anyway. So yeah, fuck it, take it. Okay. Not the 4K. I don't do 4Ks. Yeah, take the 4K. I don't give a shit. There's an extra Xbox One. The disk drive doesn't work if you use the external hard drive. It still works. What am I going to do after with the extra Xbox One by myself? Nothing. So, yeah, go ahead, man. No? Okay, cool. Again, start getting offensive at that point, then I may, you know what I mean? Because it seems like that seems kind of like, oh, weak ass. Test me. Go ahead, man. I'm being cool. I mean, that doesn't mean I have to. You know what I mean? I'm like you. I know where everything is in this house. Where the hammers are. I know where everything is in this house. Okay, well, let's just be cool, and then we don't use offensive words, man. And I won't have to use offensive shit. No, but it will stuff that will keep you up at night, I promise. Wondering. Because even if a woman hooks up with a guy with a smaller penis, the chances of him believing it are slim to none until after she refuses, like all kinds of people. You know what I mean? Yeah, because it's been so taught to us so long that, you gotta want a larger penis. you know? And then sometimes it's not even about that, it's about the attitude, you know? That's connected with everything, because I mean, so I managed the guys too. So if like the girl's a virgin, same age, but is a fucking nag and a half and just lays there. Yeah. Person who is a low body count, but also very inexperienced and not really willing to put much effort. And then someone with like a higher body count, or you know whatever, has been married, has children, but is like a fucking loving, caring person and understands how to be in a relationship, you know, and reciprocate. Again, to just at least try. And if you understood that, the thing about why don't you make me a sandwich is because that's women often can cook very well. That's making a sandwich would be like they didn't like make a lasagna, make me a souffle. It's a sandwich. You just meat, bread, meat, boom, here you go. Yeah. But it's kind of like, do I have to ask sometimes? You know what I mean? You guys don't want to have your minds. You don't have to be like, what is he? We're supposed to know. But if a guy's hungry and could use like a sandwich, it's not like, hey babe, like I'm horny and like, oh shit, yeah, you just know me, don't you? Mm-hmm. He'll keep watching your shit. I got you. Is it ever like that? The right one, I'm sure. Other times it's like, hey, I wasn't, but I love it because you want. That's incredible. That's good morning to you too. I thought I was the only one. But yeah. It is interesting. I mean, it seems like this to me, if we could get rid of governments and countries and laws and all the bullshit and all the bad people, the people that we have here with the knowledge they have, if we could get rid of the past experience and keep the fucking information in their head, you know, like virtualize that, synthesize all that shit and save your personality, you know, if you will. So you don't actually have any of that pain, but like all the shit that makes, you know, this comedian's funny and observe things the way that they do to make it funny. It doesn't have to be those bad things, but the way that they do, with its experience of like a darkness, but also like not so much dark, and it's got light, and so it's to be funny and inspirational and all that shit. People that have like a strong sex drive, you have a strong sex drive. So what? You just go with people that you know have matching sex drive, and or a group that you know whatever works for you. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. It's not even a bad thing. The bad thing about it is because of money, you don't know who the dad is, and then therefore it comes to the shame of not being able to provide for your kid. You see what I'm saying? Or being a bad mom. You don't even know who the dad is. But the thing is, if in that situation, if it was honest where those guys could be honest about it, they might be like, we're going to be a dad. One of us is a dad. We got to step up and do this right, guys. I'm like, yeah. Because, I mean, it's not like we're going to, you know, yeah. Why can't you? Then you need to get the fuck out of here, you know? But those kind of people wouldn't exist, would they? The people that take responsibility. People that understand going in. And or, imagine, you don't want kids. If you could have no kids and not have to like abort or pill, would be the harm. Or doing whatever the fuck you want to do.
Stick your butthole in a door socket while people just fill every fucking every possible fucking. Who cares? Is God suddenly gonna not be God or angry? Trust me, he knows how to leave the room. What a fucked up kid I have, but teach your own. Hey, I've got my own little weirdo things I like to do, so but I'll never get the butthole on the door handle. That never makes sense to me, but. I don't know. Fuck you. Again, like what would be the offense to God about that? It's not what your butthole's for. There's not what I designed that for. Is my butthole? Yeah. Kind of like it. I'm not using what you designed it for. And, you do what I designed? No. Like, not with the door handles. And, okay. There's a problem with it? No, there's no problem with it. What it's for? No, I don't give a fuck. I never gave a fuck to begin with. I don't know why you explained this to me. Well, I thought you would seem to know what I'm doing with the fucking door handle and the butthole you gave me. No, I don't know. I know you're everywhere. I'm not. I just come everywhere doesn't mean I'm watching. Trust me, if I was everywhere, that you come in here and say that, I'd be like, I know. Wouldn't I? I am the door handle. I've seen inside of you. Rather clean butthole you have. More the same. You could wish for other things. Oh, you just like it being a door handle? Okay. Oh, someone's on the back doing. I got you. But hey, I don't need. This shirt closing the door. Hey. And he stands there. Hey. West Lexington steals. Hey. Hey. Sword swallower. Hey. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're the one thinking of it. Now, that's not how I want to spend my Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and next Tuesday. Caramel bits. I love it when I get the caramel bits. Caramel bits are like, I haven't had any of these stretches. I'm just not having these. I'm gonna have this and that's it. What's the caramel? Got chocolate and caramel. The dark chocolate doesn't really taste like dark chocolate. It tastes like regular chocolate. It's good because the light chocolate kind of tastes like sugary chocolate flavor. And this is kind of the same, but it's got much more chocolate, so it tastes more like milk chocolate. Okay, it's good. Well, I can taste the pot oil, but not like super strong. But it lets me know that it's definitely got some pot in there, and it's got definitely aged by. It's like, but not again. But I do it. As long as that oil is potent, that ought to do it pretty good. I think I ate my Han Solo, Han Duo. I got a couple of dinosaurs in here. Oh, seashell with a cherry. I love cherries. It takes like about, I can't remember how many pieces it is. I mean, how much it is per piece. I'd have to check it out and weigh. I know that 1 pound has like 3,600 calories. And I broke it down to how much whatever. But I could probably break it down to ounces, because then it's 1 pound. If I stir it and mix it evenly, divide that 3,100 pounds by however many ounces, and then weigh each candy. I think, okay, it's got this many calories per, you know what I mean? But I haven't done that. It shouldn't be that much for like 4 pieces, so it should be pretty nice. And I don't eat a ton throughout the day. That's why I'm trying to find it like a low calorie way to eat it. And the molds are just so fun. It's just, Batman. And so I am your owl. She sells seashells. Scooby. Oh, Scooby. Doobie Snap. Come on, it's just too fun. Maybe I should make like a low-fat Jello. Like a low-sugar Jello. And the gummy bear molds and stuff. They could still use the molds. But I had to cool for a lot longer. Definitely have to use the, it says about the oil though, would it solidify enough? Maybe I could use less water? Water and oil don't really mix. No water. It's true. You gotta swallow it, it just slides in your throat like a luge. And you're like, I had to do it like a fucking Jello shot and just don't even swallow it. Just, oh, you squid motherfucker! Don't chew it. Don't just throw it in and eat it. Put like just plain gelatin. Oh yeah, just don't chew it. What? Don't let it sit on your tongue more than 2 seconds. It's a lot of rules. They're suggestions. Yeah, they're suggestions, and not rules. It's just, if you don't, what? That's why I drink the tea, that's what I'm telling you. I thought about making some, and I might make some today. It takes an hour or 2 to kick, and when it does, oh, you are fucked up. Oh my God, it fucks you up. Like I drank a cup, and again, it was just this little, like, murky, and I'd always make Earl Grey, and then I would have like the little thing that was sitting on top of it. And then I'd let it soak and soak and soak and soak. And then I'd really, really rinse it as I'm pulling up. And I'd use a spoon and make sure that it rinsed it out there. And I'd move it out of the way and soak it again and pull it up and, okay, that's good. It's rinsed off. And it's just this fucking shit, this oil sheen sitting on the top, covering the entire layer about like this thick. I'd try and stir it and it'd be like, and it's literally from the top. I'm like, fuck. I keep stirring and then try and do that if I want to, but you know what, let me just toss it back. And so I toss it back, and so you can feel the oil, and it's very, it has a fucked up taste. You're like, and then you use the rest of it, pretty much like the next 2-3 drinks to kind of kill any kind of aftertaste or feeling in your throat, and it's like, okay, good. And then you let it sit there, and you keep drinking the rest of the tea, and you're like hoping, waiting for something to kick in. I'm kind of, I need my drugs. So you get down with the tea, and of course, oh man, it's been 5-10 minutes, it's not kicked in. It's not going to kick in. It's going to your fucking tummy tums, and then it's got to process through your livers, and then it's got to go through your bloodstream, and it's got to go past the blood-brain barrier, and the blood and then appear. And when it does, it's going to fuck you up. It's not going to fuck me up. I do all kinds. I get high as shit, and it's been an hour, and this shit's not working. See, I don't. Maybe I should throw that shit away. It's not even fucking all that great. Huh? No, I heard you, but I didn't. What? I can't. What channel? Are we watching?
Five. Six? Oh, it's six. I can't see. It looked like five. Okay, I guess the part where it goes down, it just kind of disappeared on me. Huh? I'm high. I'm high. I'm high. It's like about an hour or two hours. But it is high. It's high. Why must you wait so long? I love a good huh? Huh? That's why that one guy that does Ricky or whatever his name is, he's always so happy that someone opens the door. Huh? And, you already did that yesterday. What? What? Look who been eating. Well, you got a knock or something, bro, when you walk in the door. I've never been that high. I mean, shit scared me, but I've never been like that. I've been watching the wrong channel and got that scared. Oh, no. I was trying to get that channel to come in, and I was trying to, like, what is this? Why are your pants down? I had been exercising, and I was hot, and, so I just, you know how it is. You're sitting around, you don't want to pull the pants all the way up and button them. It's too hot after an exercise. You know what I mean? You don't do that. Oh, I'm the weird one, huh? As long as you can do that, you get, oh, I'm the weird one. Okay, sweaty balls. I like my nuts to breathe. And I was doing one of these right here, right as you're walking in. I'm like, what is this shit? What? I'm not trying to... No, because you heard that sound. It sounded like it was... No. It wasn't even coming in clear. That would do nothing for me. See, half, chub. Right? It's all right. It's all right, right? It's half. What do you need? You're the weird one. This is my room. You didn't knock. You're weird. Yes, it's a raincoat. Okay, so I can't stop sometimes. You know what I mean? It just keeps going, and I just keep seeing it going all the way through. Let's try some new bottom burner bread, butter, and bud. Bottom burner bud. This has got a lot of seeds. Oh, it would, wouldn't it? Because this is the shake. You know what I mean? So it'd be like all that shit at the bottom, and all the shit that would fall out. The seeds would probably be so, it's so dry, any seeds would probably fall. I found like fucking 5 to 10 already, and these bags are not done. But the further it gets to the bottom, the more seeds I'm finding. If I did, so I probably can get 2 ounces for burner bud. That'll last quite some time. Get less of these. Because I haven't been really touching these a whole lot so much recently. And I have been, I've still got another room. I've got the same company, and it's the butter, or no, sugar. It's sugar. And then I've got another company that's Crumble, and it's just, I've got tons of that. And then I've got another company out there that I opened up just to see,
and that's a butter from that same company. I have another butter because it's on sale. I haven't opened that at all, that orange shit, and that will fuck you up. And then I had the live resin, not live, the cured resin, and that has to stay refrigerated. So that's been refrigerated. I haven't even touched that yet. So if I can stay with, like, you know, I can break it up, it'll definitely make it ease on my lungs. But it takes a little while for the pod to kick in. So, but this kind of kicks off. It dies off a lot faster, and so it's like right as this dies off, as the other ones be kicking in. Do I have to? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't have to. Do I want to? Yeah. In order to stay where I want to be, this is how I do it. Will it always be? No. I want to get I want to get everything to be. I would like to find this in just indica, because this does it. Oh, this does it, and it's so powerful. I can use just a little crumb, put it on a little bed there, which I could use even less of this. I know. I mean, it burned up almost immediately. Oh. All that shit for like a long time, and maybe clear the bowl if there's any more in there, and I'll be done for like hours. You know, if I want to eat some, then I'm just like fucking, you know, just loopy as shit. And then if I start coming down again, just a little, and I'm right where I need to be. That's exactly what I was wanting to do. But I want much less. If I'm going to smoke anything, I want much less. If I'm going to do if I can get a volcano or something like that, that's like one of those vaporizers. I wouldn't mind trying it and seeing. Apparently it burns it, not burns it, but it uses it up completely, because it puts it like straight to a temperature that it basically evaporates it and leaves the THC in the air, and you just breathe that in. So it's not really as smoky as much as it is a vapor, and you just kind of breathe that in from the bag. And one of those ones, I'm sure you could probably go, you know what I mean, if you wanted to. Whether or not I do any more, I'm going to find out. I'm a scientific kind of guy. Try it one time without. Try it with. On the third hit, like, no more needed as science experiment complete. Can't see toes. At least placebo work. I'm not sure if it's really fucked up. Maybe you try it and see if you like. Which one of these is my lighter, and which one is the cigarette, and which one is my guitar pick? I haven't smoked in years. Oh God, I love playing guitar. Yeah. Or it'd be much easier on the acoustic. It's just one of like some of those things that you learn as you play. Where's the pick? I told you you'd be hiding there. I knew it. I know where they like to hide, little fucking gremlins. Often in my pocket just to make fun of me. I have some of my wallet. My wallet is in the other room. Yeah, I'm almost just ready to set up. I want to get things. I want to do some recording, like some serious recording. You know. I've got my near fields in here, which wouldn't be bad to set up at a time when I'm ready to test the mix back, you know, the playback, and then get that settled. I need to get a new, not that one's fine, I need to get that one fixed, and then dial the subwoofer in. So like these don't really carry anything below 80, so they'll never blow the woofer, and that carries everything 80 and below, you know, and kind of down there in the sub area, so we can hear like exactly how it, and it'll mono, everything will mono and some down mono. I even said that about 220, because I usually do mono the subs. I'll probably try and make sure that it doesn't do like a lot of resonating. If I got to get a better 10-inch sub for that one, I think it might even be an 8. I bought one from Parts Express. They're really great if you want to just get some speakers. Out there in the living room, I got for the house cabinet,
That's a house speaker cabinet I put into 1,000-watt PA speakers because the ohmage works and everything. And I know my amp puts over like 100 per channel, left and right. And I've blown ones that can handle that much. So like, I'm not blowing 1,000. No, I'll blow my amp first. And I drive it now, and that fucker gets loud. The speakers do because they're either when there's a lot of bass, which I've got a passive bass. If there's some way to hook it to these over here, if I had another system in here, which I do have some speakers, but I don't have any way to push those right now. So if I can find a way to push them, I'll put that back in. I did before, but that the amp out in the living room blew. And so I could bring, I brought the amp from in here out there. So I've just been using my headphones back here. And I miss it. I miss having it like with the house speakers. They could handle a lot more of the frequency. So I could just go ahead and play my guitar through it. I could put my drums through it. I had my subwoofer hooked up also so it could handle like a lot of the kick and stuff. So anything that was low, my bass, everything, they could handle that pretty well. Whereas those kind of need to be, they would rattle a little bit if it went through the bass and stuff. And so I guess somehow I must have had like the headphones on and might not have known those were on. I must have driven these a little bit too hard. Or when I cranked over to them, there was just too much bass at the volume I did. And even though it hit red for a second, it must have just popped the lower end. If I keep it quiet a little bit louder than talking volume, it doesn't ever have any problems either one. But there's not a lot of the low end either. I should add a lot of it. There's a lot of information there. When the louder that gets, if I can turn this up more, there's more information in there that's not really necessarily, it's kind of a psychoacoustic there, but not because you did kind of cut it, but it's still actually there. Ooh. Yeah, there it is. You can salvage it with some way that people, you know what I mean, if you they'll assume that if you meant to go, but you go salvage it. It's like, oh, it's some kind of skill I don't understand. Maybe it's I got a Middle Eastern, you know what I mean? But it's just you fucked up. You just gotta know how to be like confident enough to know that you went too far up. If you slid up and you missed a dot. And the best thing also is to do it at least one more time. You know what I mean? Then you go. You might just started like. You didn't. As long as you keep your cool about it. Situations when you wrote the song, but you just love to hear people tell you what you meant by it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. feel like listening to that. You mind if I just kind of tag along and listen to that? The song is a prime example of why I'd rather wait to release a song, even though I don't. Because, games. I get where I was probably just only playing game. I mean, but I it's in that mode. But like after listening back, I was like, it didn't come out the way you thought it did. So why don't we go back and record at least games? Well, if I'm gonna do games, I'm gonna do the whole line. I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to say it to you, and since we're the same person, we're in agreement. I'll erase that shit. But both of us were like, release it. That shit rules. Games? I didn't notice that before because I was doing something and there's just too much stuff going on to notice there's a lot of stuff that I didn't notice. Like there's not a lot of bass to my voice here because I just tried to make it cut through the mix. On the screams, I definitely should have put more bass in there and less on the high end. Otherwise, it doesn't sound so snotty and just. It's more like. The remix of it sounds really good. Yeah, all of those, like they were cut off at like 150. So I brought it down to 80, and then for like the screams, I brought it down even probably lower than that. So that way, there's a lot of crunch to the voice, you know, and then cut off I might have left it 80, but then also cut the top off. So it's just like, it's not like, you know what I mean, at all. It's more of a growl, which is what I wanted. I'm learning a lot of shit. Like I said, I'm learning to do a lot with frequency that I used to do with trying to do with just volume. I didn't understand that if I cut the bass in this, the bass will stand out more than that. And there's a lot of shit that I've been doing. If you listen to those early mixes, I had the below 80 cut on there. I didn't know what it did. I just knew a below 80 cut. And I'm like, okay, well, this is not a kick drum. There's this bass. So I could go ahead and let that below 80 go through. And dinosaur. So, hold on. Good stuff. No, that's not for your bullshit, sir. We'll go back to full volume and full volume for later on, but not right now. Unless anyone wants to listen to the music in the background, which I don't know if you do or not. I could read something. Let me read something if I can find. Yeah, there's millions of people listening, so I might as well. Oh, I did find the no hands rule, but that's out there. I don't know if I have it back here. I wouldn't mind reading that. I don't know if I ever did. It seems familiar, like I may have read it. Drown Me. I think I wrote this one around the same time I wrote Lily. Yeah, it was just slightly after. I thought I knew you. I floated down your stream, but soon I ran right through you, out on an endless stream. Want you to drown me in a heavy rain, and if I make it through, just drown me again. 'Cause I see you found me, and I know you here. That's all over your face when you try to hide it, dear. 'Cause I want you to drown me in the falling rain, and if I make it through, please promise that you'll drown me again. 'Cause I thought I knew you, as I flitted down your stream. Now I want you to drown me, pretty please, inside an endless stream. Come back up, there we go. That's a bit more of a real thing, then. Primer? Butterflies. I don't know if I've read this already.
don't think I have. This one's titled Butterflies, and it just says, it's kind of a little bit of a story, and it ends. So let's see. The beginning. You start like always with nothing, just a dream, a nebulous idea too abstract to do anything about. It's loud, it's chaotic, it's impossible to make out any fine details, and it's your dream, and it's fucking beautiful. But how do we get there? I'll make the assumption here that you've already laid the groundwork. You've learned your instrument, yes. If not, start there. Figure out which instrument connects with you the most. Don't worry, you're not confined to only one choice. The point here is to get gratification from the music-making process as quickly as possible. Even if it's, I love the look of drums. That will get you in the room with them enough that you will get better. You decide, and when you've mastered the instrument, seriously, when the instrument makes the sounds you want to hear from it, you've mastered it. You can adjust what you want to hear. It can evolve with time, but it's truly your music. No one else, literally no one else, can write it or perform it the way you do, if you can repeat it. See, there's the catch. It's not true music. It's not mastered if you can't duplicate it at will. Either duplicating it close enough or similar that the audience does not feel like that's not it. Where's the song we fell in love with and paid you for? Enter cancel culture. It's not quite done. I'm going to keep going on about being a musician and stuff, but that's like the start of it. You know, because it's kind of, you got to define where your place is, and I want to make sure that, like, again, as far as mastering, you decide whether or not you've mastered the instrument honestly, which makes it not a bragging point. Because in the sense that I can get the sounds that I want out of it, I would probably say yeah, but all the sounds, I don't know. I haven't tried fucking with every instrument. I haven't tried fucking with every sound and every amp, every guitar, every drum set, every drum sound pulls a different feel for me. I've been learning some shuffles and stuff, like they were talking about the only way to do this ride performance would be to loosely strike and then pull it close and then strike, pull it tight, strike. So you'd have to do this kind of motion, right? And so I started working on that. Next thing I know, I'm hi-hat where I'm going no extra strain and no like extra except for just I'm finally getting understand with that. Now I haven't got this one to do it, but I'm getting this one to work faster. Like fuck this right now. Let me get this motion down. Keep it simple. This is the one I'm working on. I already can get this guy doing a lot of shit. I just recently switched my stance and my sitting and actually where the foot drum is, where the kick drum is and where I put my foot on it. So getting it's a lot easier now and going fast and that. So I can lean forward and kind of, I used to have to do that kind of for the double pump on this one. So it's transferring a lot of information and shit. I'm learning. I'm getting better. I'm not getting older. I'm literally getting better. I'm going to die. My physical will die, but it says not everyone will die for it in the kingdom of heaven. So I have no idea what he has planned. I have a feeling that after maybe as like a bonus for anyone that can figure out about where I'm at, you know what I mean? anyone, I'm not special, I'm sure, anyone that can figure out where I'm at. I mean, it says in the Bible, if you can overcome all things, including, I'm guaranteeing yourself, when Yeshua returns, you might be one of the 144,000, you know, because at that point in time, you start understanding so much, you start questioning what your role in it is. And he'll let you just linger in that question for a long time, you know, as you're able to do miraculous things that even you can't understand. I've seen weird shit. Am I doing it for me? I know I didn't ask for it when I was doing it, but even then, I was born in 1976. This was born in 1976, so it can't be any, you know, this is all I remember. So if I did anything forward that went backwards, I haven't got there and done that yet, so I can't remember it. But I do remember some stuff from the past, unfortunately some weird shit. Very, very bizarre shit that I can't explain. And they're memories, they're not. I started crying on one because I've been thinking about it since I was a kid, since I was a little kid. And as things started getting more and more the way that I've been seeing in the Bible, it hurt my feelings pretty badly because it's not good. I've told few people, very few people about that dream, about going to the desert and stuff. To the point, like I said, I've been wishing that pretty much anybody that I run into, because I don't want to be looking for, I want to be done. I want to find her and be done and just, you know, be happy. So I tried to force a lot of people into the mold that didn't belong there, you know, because it was just the most beautiful thing I ever seen. So I just imagined it being blue. Thought it was just a soul. Now that I've been forward a little bit more of where I'm at, I'm like, perhaps we're in a mirror and my eyes are seeing the negative image, if you will. You know, maybe I'm on the negative side of, I have no idea, but like now that I'm older and have some more ideas of why it could have been blue, like I said, having taken pictures of people and looking at the negatives and transferring some of the video I did for Cypher when I translated Matt and myself as looking up at us. We're blue. I'm not blue, but the lens was seeing that. And like I said, it makes sense that it would invert the color, but not what we're looking at. Because again, if it inverted what we're looking at, the tree that's in front of us would actually be on the ceiling. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be in our way when we walk forward. So we'd have to like invert the picture so that something inside inverted again. And I don't think that's too much work. Inverting the color scheme makes much more sense because that way you don't see the energy. It develops the picture in front of you. Maybe because it's not fully formed yet. He's allowing us to prove who we are before he ever opens the door and lets us out into the universe. As we step through, we'll actually experience what real color is rather than having the transfer, which would always be a translator of what real. All of us have perfect vision. You can actually see HD for your life. You know what I mean? For reality, you see HD. Just improve vision, improve color, all that shit. Pretty much all the shit that I've got, I can see pretty well. And I can see far and I can read well. As I'm getting older, it's hard to read some things close, but I really don't read close anyways, and I don't read a whole lot. So sometimes I'm like, am I crazy or are they making shit small? Like, why are they putting this much shit? I can understand having the QR, and this is just exactly that, or like for detailed, put in this and the code 45374 for this exact, and they'll say like exactly the way you can tell. It'll be, oh, that one is grown rogue, This is a crumble on the back. Oh yeah. You bought that at, does your work up, but where are they sending it to? But then it's less like the cap junkie shatter, and you're like, yeah. 50% indica, 50%. No, it says 100%. No, you're right. It says 50% indica. Yeah. So, they can tell you the thing. Can you scan the QR code? Yeah. Go ahead and scan that. I'll stay here with you. Yeah, that should tell you everything that I can tell you. But, if you want anything to help you with that. What is the TH? Yeah, I'm going to go through and talk with you for it. What would be the harm of that? My cousin, I was thinking about opening a coffee shop that sells glassware. Maybe in the next door, we don't sell pot or anything like that, but we sell like that kind of stuff. I wanted to call them Mr. Underhill's tobacconist for Frodo, of course. And there's another, the place that I wanted had a little side room there. I wanted to do a coffee shop that like faced out, and it had like a little arch and looked in the traffic, and so I wanted to have like that over there, but then this over here. And then I also wanted to sell like stuff to help for like grows, because fertilizer, lights, any of the stuff, phosphorus and all that stuff, because my cousin Nathan, might like going by Nate, I don't know, but he goes, I know him as Nathan, so I have heard people call him Nate. So maybe that's what he likes. Fucking knows all that shit. Knows what to do when you have like aphids, knows what to do when you have this and this. It's just fucking, I'm like, as he's going through all this shit, I'm just like, I'm like, you don't have a job right now? He's like, no. I'm like, so if I put in like a glass shop on the side of this coffee house idea I was thinking about, you'd run it? Yeah. Like we could still grow stuff and you could, yeah. Because he's just ready to ramble off. I'm like, so you could help people like if they came in, oh yeah, I could help. And if not, we could look it up. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because if we don't have it, I want to be able to like buy it online. No extra cost. Like, oh, we got to bring it up. No, it's just if we don't have it, we'll get it for you. It might take a little bit to get here, but I've got like Amazon Prime and stuff, So if we can get that transferred over, be the harm in ordering it for you and getting it here. Like we can get that here tomorrow. Now, if you need anything else, then we will have to call. If you need us to deliver anything, that will cost extra. But yeah, we can deliver that for you. Can you have it delivered to my house? No. Why? Because it's delivered here where I have the Prime. Could order at my house. You could, but this is all the other shit, and you just get it all in one place. We're just trying to help you, man. It's not here, so in that case, you can go ahead and get the fertilizer and all the lights and shit on the thing too. But no one's gonna sit there and tell you exactly how much to mix when it gets here, are they? Did you ever get the schedule that Nate was talking about? No? Yeah, you might want to come up here and pick up this shit. It'll be here tomorrow. You always order it yourself, though. Well, if you do that, then he may not give you the list tomorrow when you come to pick up your other shit. You'll get that shit. That's what you paid for. You didn't pay for his help. It costs the same amount. We're not charging extra, are we? No. Aside from you having to come pick up the shit you have. I'm not trying to fuck you over here. Come complete a deal and show respect, mutual respect that we're a store. They even bought this thing and had the next day in case someone doesn't have Prime. You see what I'm saying? Your review is very nice. They went above and beyond. He really knows this stuff about pipes and fertilizers and all kinds of stuff. For, of course, growing the tomatoes that I was going to grow. This was ridiculous, man. We all know. Like I was trying to say earlier, they lost some money on busing people with pot. They made a ton
on it being legal, but they were looking at the revenue they lost. Some people breaking the law, and we're gonna break the law because they set a limit of 2 ounces, and we're fuck you. Fuck you, dude. I got paid today, and I don't want to get out again. You know? Why can't I buy, like, all my shit right now? That might be why they're staking out there, because, oh, do I go through and break the rules? Right now, do I have? I have too much according to their rules and not enough according to God's. Come fuck with me. Knock on the door. As long as I get a trial, everyone's going to be fucking smoking pot without you guys getting a dime ever again. Because it'll be completely illegal to grow and harvest year round. Genesis 1 fucking 29. Your law banning it is against your constitution. Case closed. I don't even need a lawyer for that shit. Come knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. Since the 90s, I've been waiting. I said I tried when I went down for my drug charge. I was gonna walk scot-free. So I was gonna break that shit out then. But I needed to be shaved and clean-headed, and Your Honor, I could de-Snyder it and lick off up, but that just gives me a reason to say no. Any differences? And my people, no. See, I was on your side, so you said my people up here judging your people. You're going to jail. You still broke the law. When you get a lawyer who can help you change the law, then that happens. Doesn't matter if we violated your rights. Fuck, it does. But in this case, right now, I can find in front of these people, if I don't say what I just said, then it could, but it doesn't matter. The law is the law, and that's why I'm here to enforce it, and you broke the law. Great religion and all that stuff. When you get a lawyer that can take it to the Supreme Court, in the meantime, sit in jail and try to appeal. Oh, you don't have a lawyer to do the right appeals process. Yes, I do, Your Honor. I am my own, and I'll appeal to them. I know how to do it, and if I don't, I'll figure it out. And while I'm in jail, I'm going to be starting a revolution with people that don't like you anyways. I'm much smarter than you, so please send me back for another 2-3 months. Not only will I have your job mastered, I'll also have a whole lot of people wanting to file a whole lot of fucking cases. Religion, please define religion. So do I have to have a place that I go to, or just a ritual that I do? I have a question. What if I worship Satan? We don't recognize that. But you said you won't stop any religion. I'm a witch. I was just leading people for a spell. Deny my right to religion? Told you, you didn't want me in there. Told you to put me down. Put me down. Don't give me a trial, don't give me a chance. Just do it, get it over with, and I'll go talk to God. Like I said, then you just gotta worry about if my body gets back up. But, I mean, I'd give it a little bit. In the darkest hole, you be well advised to not plan my funeral before the body dies. Let us get high, shall we? I'm talking very, very high fry guy.
Hmm. Like I said, I don't mind talking about anything. Sexuality, fucking fashion, fucking whatever. Homophobia. Why? Some people are validated in their homophobia. And what's going to happen with them. There's just no need for them, but they proved who they are. If that helps anything, they just summarizes it. You know what I mean? If you would do that to anybody, sorry for the person that whatever, if it helps, they won't suffer in the long run. Everything's going to work out for everybody. We're just going to have to suffer through the assholes to find out what they would do so that way when God launches the whole thing, he already's given them a chance and a second chance inside his head before he actually opens his eyes on the 8th day and starts working. Huh? It's a new week. This is the first week. He's got it. He's got it. So you guys really don't want, you guys rather the sex and no kids, aside from when you choose? Done. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. An evolution? Sure. Evolution. I'm done. Oh, you guys just wanted the surprise? Sure. Yeah, we can do all that because you guys are cool people. Okay, what? You decide on your own. You like me, you don't like. Who gives a fuck? Go play. Don't bother each other. I know you're not going to, but just, and then teach your kids not to bother each other and then to keep going. We'll make more room. No, you don't have to contact me at all if you don't want to. Ever. Oh, no. No one believes in me. I'm dying. I've got my own shit going on in case you haven't noticed, man. It's got nothing to do with you. Everybody that's over here wants to be here, too. You're not giving me any problems. You just, I don't believe in you. Oh, no. It's like saying you don't believe in your next door neighbor. Still there. You just don't see them, and the more you don't want to, the more you don't see them. Till eventually in your mind, they don't live there anymore. And or they actually do move, and then you're like, where'd they go? Who gives a fuck? That house is now open, and that they're not there. Some new neighbor moves in, like, yeah, this is a good person. Where'd they go? Who cares? Same thing. Didn't ever, throw rocks at each other. Just never cared for each other. I didn't, what if I didn't care for you any more than you cared for me? Now is it a hurt feeling thing? They're like, well, why? Just fuck off. That's why. I guarantee as soon as you're like, look, I don't really like you guys anyway, you got spared. So just stay away. Okay, just stay away. But you're what? You're welcome to have the old heaven and then the old earth, you know what I mean? We're going to make it new and fix it all brand new the way, you know what I mean? So it's still a new, if you will. Fuck it, there's new heaven and new earth. Have at it. I'm going to be doing other shit. While you're trying to even figure out what the fuck all that is, I've already built some other shit this way. And I just stay. You haven't seen everything there and you want to see that? You guys are in fucking, this is why. You see what I'm saying? This is why I almost flooded. You guys hadn't even seen the whole fucking world and you're like, the known world's been conquered. By what? I'm going to flood you dick-ass motherfuckers. You haven't even seen North America talking about the entirety of the... Oh! So just... When you get done with the earth and they're done with the heaven, I'll be done with this, and then you can come here, and then I'll go that... You know what I mean? So basically, when I start back around, you look like you're ahead, and you're like, oh, I'm like, first is last, last is first. Just keep going, please, because I want to keep going, and you're slowing it down. Nice, keep being a slow ass. Yeah, no. We'll just stay here, babe. We're cool. No, I keep slowing things down. Well, we don't want to play through it all. saw some bushes back there. I shot. Ooh. 4. Well, who are you gonna call, for fuck's sake? I kinda like it now. Oh, shit. Them jokes. I had to do something where I was backing up. Sorry. I'm backing that ass up. What was that fucking... There was a comedy. And there's a woman who was doing that. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm backing that ass up. What does it look like? That's kind of what, like, especially if you're not used to doing it, it's just like, okay, it's just sad. Have you practiced at all? No. Was you not turned on? No. It really shows that this is your first time. Yeah, it shows. Here in America. Oh my God, how could you say that? Anywhere else? Like, what can I do to improve? Oh, yeah, I see, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's, then you don't, fuck, yeah. Nice. Little slow, there you go. Nice. Three days. Just subscribe. No, please don't. I see what it's like living in my house, inside my head. Even the guy showering is pretending, because you can hear it. I don't hear that. I don't hear that. I don't hear it. I see it, but I don't. Just lotion. Just a bit of lotion. Just rubbing that lotion on my face. Let's see what we're doing out in the living room. Oh, no. Did I leave the tablet open? I did, didn't I? I knew I heard something. It's on mute. What do you sound like actually now? Yeah, that's the part I thought you were singing. Well, there's two. I had to check and make sure which one. It could have been the Kayabuk one. No, it's really interesting learning about other cultures and shit. I don't judge. I like to see the differences. Like in Japan, how if you lose your wallet, if you can remember about where you lost your wallet will probably be at the precinct, untouched. All the shit will be inside. Just dishonorable to steal. But as Americans, culture pervades and starts getting in there, it's, yeah. They've actually been doing experimentation for quite some time with music infiltrating areas, and especially the infectiousness, basically, of urban and the rebelliousness of urban music.
the current, like what's considered cool is like the drug and gun culture, right? So therefore, those guys can kind of come out of the shadows a little bit, you know what I mean? Because they're kind of being glorified. When they get nice and comfortable and the trend fades to something else a little bit, then guess who gets snatched up as they continue to do that, but everybody else moves on to another thing, and these are the guys that are living that. A little bit easier to snatch them up, right? Nobody listens to that anymore. I know, because we put that shit together. At least the original ones, remember the ones you think are so fucking great? Yeah. No, that was a real guy. We hired him, we paid him, and got him all this shit to get him done, taken care of. We paid for his tours to come over here, the tour bus, so we could say, I'm successful as soon as he showed up. Like, damn, I'm successful. You know what I mean? That way when you guys start getting ready to protest, fuck the police. Fuck the police. That's an old song. You had to dig that one out. You want it. You see what I'm saying? It's a little bit of a slight psychological fuckery. So what shows that? Well, the rules have now changed. You see how quickly that... But you're still into what you like. We're going to switch over to classical because the rules changed about migration and shit. And you don't know that they're doing this musical indoctrination to you in multiple places, including the U.S. They were doing operations in Cuba. Wasn't Jay-Z very influential person? Wasn't he doing some shit in Cuba not so long ago? Did he know he's being used? Does he, you know what I mean? Is he part of an Illuminati group? I know when Sean Combs was, he probably knew the gates were closing in on him, you know, the people were closing in. But they having a party, it was like on a beach, and they all had like champagne. It was Sean Combs, Jay-Z's another Sean, whoever he is. And there were a couple other black billionaires. He's like, we black billionaires, we gotta stick together, you know what I'm saying? We're black, we're doing this, we're doing it right, we're doing it. And then Jay-Z's comes like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not with you, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm a black billionaire, but I am not with you. As I said, him actually impregnating Solange makes a lot more sense if you look at the elevator fight where she hits him. Like you said, you're gonna divorce her. It's like, oh, I'm not divorcing her. You know what I mean? Then she has to go with it being Beyonce, and she got cheated on with her sister. And depending on what it was, she's just learned that the public likes the sister more. Just that they're justifying why he would sleep with her. Especially if you've always been kind of hurt. She's always been in your shadow. She's always been in your shadow, fucking your husband. Be kind of like, yeah, I'm actually outshining you, right? But he's just willing to fuck. Yeah, I know he was working on their albums and stuff, so if that happened, then they also explained Beyonce walking out with that belly that folded. And then she did, it might have been their deal, like, look, I'll pretend, but you're knocking me up for real, so that way we're going to have our own. You know what I mean? Either that or shortly after that one's born, like, since it is hers, because she gave birth to, because she, ever since then, she kind of fell off. She came out with a song not too terribly long ago, but she came out with a lot less revealing stuff, covering up higher, because if she had stretch marks, you know what I mean? And Beyonce did not do that until she actually really had kids. Then she started wearing stuff that was the same skin color to cover up any kind of stretch marks or anything like that. It's better than probably what Demi Moore and a lot of people do. They kind of go a little bit overboard, but unless you have a female trainer, you're going to get a man's body, which is thick right in this area. Women want to be hourglassy, so you got to figure out which muscles target. You know what I mean? So if I did some female stuff, I'd have a very feminine waist, but I don't want that. I want to have a dude waist, so I'm working on that shit. And like I said, I really just got to get rid of the fat. It's not even a matter of building up or bulking up now. It's just a matter of just wearing out the fat. I could just probably not eat a whole lot and then keep my regular exercise, and it's only a good 10 pounds. It'd probably be gone by Christmas if I really knuckle down and focus, like eating like an apple and peanut butter, maybe 2 apples and peanut butter a day. I'm just saying it'd be done quick, I promise, because I don't really want to put on any muscle. I just want these to, like, they don't want to be covered in fat. And right now they kind of are. So this, I would slim, like, I probably would look skinny as fuck, so I probably would need to put on some bulk. But once I get it toned down, then I can start. Right now it's just all concentrated here and in my thighs. And that's the only way I'm going to put weight on. Yeah, if it would distribute evenly, I'd be fine being the weight and size I am, but it's all just like right here. It's like cool, you know. And then to go into my feet and my hands, but as long as my arms and everything is about the same even, it ain't. It's just like, how? You're those donuts you like so much. I don't know. Maybe somebody wants a pillow to lay on. It's comfy. He likes watching Lord of the Rings too. He might talk from time to time, especially if I drink some water. See, it's just forced a habit. Get something else to do, don't I? Hello, Batman. We meet again. Such a lovely voice. I'm Batman. Why though? Start doing commercials and shit. Are you tired of... There's poop on my shoe. It's because you keep walking through my yard, Jim. As I was saying, are you tired of fire ants? I gotta work it out. It'd be good. I should probably record them because I'll probably laugh doing them live. And then I can, like I said, they can throw model. There's a lot of them. Like I don't know how fast my shit goes, you know. And sometimes by the time I'm done thinking it and like really working it out, I've almost lost all the humor in it, you know. I've milked all the humor out of it for myself. I'm kind of like, do I really want to lay that sketch out and edit the video and edit the audio together? Is it really worth it? There was one, oh God, I can't remember what it was. It was such a dope word. It was something that ends with like ideology. It was something like, it wasn't like ideology. It was dun dun dun, the ideology. You know what I mean? Fuck. It was like at least a 2-syllable. But it was, I was like, it's more of a such and such ideology. Because it ends with that I sound at the end. Ideology. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, that works. It's an ideology based on... I don't know. I wish I could remember it, but, you know, I'm sure it's somewhere in the annals. The annals. Annals of time. I know, get your giggles. Well, you can. But you don't call it a canal, no, of love. It's called a canal. It's not called a camel. You have a camel. Why do we say tortilla, but we don't say llama? Interesting thoughts. You can have if you want them. I like the, again, I wish I had like a glass slide. I should get one. Probably wouldn't be the, ooh. I'll probably have a pipe around here that would work. Let me see if this would do. Let me see if I can. I love the sound of the, okay, that is the stronger one. Oh, sorry about that. That wasn't very ASMR, was it? I need a good, so I can do flat. How about that? I'm gonna see if I can do that. Funny, fun, fun. Come on, man. Play a song that, I'm turn the reverb off. No, we can't make money. my work. Clear everything out. fucking D sharp. Yeah. Okay, what's in there? Actually does work, doesn't it? It's a natural result of it. Let me do something else, but it wouldn't be that C. Anyways, we could work our way back to the C. This is a lot of stuff you don't see that people doing. You know? No, fucking no. When you see him play that. It's old hat for that person. That's why they sing Money Brothers. This is what they can do without any effort. Yeah. They usually sing within their wheelhouse so that it doesn't strain, because straining can cause you to hit the note bad. One of the reasons why I don't sing in the high register as much. And that causes, stage fright. If I know I'm well within my wheelhouse, I can go anywhere within, you know what I mean? But I know I'm well within what I can do. You're not going to see me really push, because what if I crack? What if I look stupid? People don't think I look dumb. The problem comes when you're on the album, and you push, like Chris Cornell. He'd have been a perfect person, because on top of that, you can't push like that every night and keep your voice. Anything like Phil Anselmo, I get you on tour and stuff, but we definitely should, their schedule should definitely include some downtime, a lot of downtime in between, they maybe do 3 in a row, downtime in a week, for a week, while you go from New Orleans over to fucking California, let's absorb some California, go somewhere that's less known. You're not gonna go to necessarily LA, but you are gonna play LA, fucking whatever, so find somewhere in the middle. Kind of get to know the different places a little bit, travel for a while, and then on the last nights there, or you get there and you play concerts first, and then the last, you're there for 2 weeks, and probably the rest of the week, you get to know that place for 4 or 5 days, do your gigs, and then the last week, party with everybody that you've met now. Schedule it how you want it, but that way that you're kind of having, you're more in control of your schedule. It's not like every night push. We stop losing people due to everybody had to be on a plane and be there by tomorrow. You don't have to be there by tomorrow. It'd be better if you fucking make it there alive in 3 days. Feeling sick? Well, then we'll call off every fucking thing. If they can't handle it, they can go fuck themselves. Rather that than you being a fuck. This is fucking snowing. Come on, man. Don't get in the fucking helicopter, please. I feel bad for Stevie Ray Vaughan. How long did he stay sober off of fucking cocaine? How hard of a fight was that? Going around telling everybody to stay off cocaine just for at the end of it. Plane crash. Probably going down going, could love some cocaine right now. You know what I mean? If I were high as shit, this actually would be an experience I'd want to go through. Let's fucking see what this goes. You know what I mean? Fuck it. I'll be numb when we hit. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. You don't want to do cocaine and stuff like that? And oh no, you don't want to. ain't nothing but a bunch of sounds. Down, down I'll go. Down, down, down I'll go. Wake up feeling like I do in a purple sky. I'm turning blue and down, down, down I'll go. Seems like everything I thought I knew, I gotta shoot it up, get to the moon. Down, down, down is where I'll go. Down, down, down is all I know. All these thoughts inside my head, I'm gonna take them with me when I'm dead. Down, down, down and go. All these words inside my mouth, I'm gonna chew them up and just spit them out. It's down, down, down and go. Down, 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 down I go. It's hard to do, but often sometimes God will let me hit it. I mean, if I could do it every time, it wouldn't be as interesting. But like you can always tell, like usually when he's playing the fucking guitar through me, because I'll be able to say like it will end correctly. What I'm doing is like, it's got a certain shimmer that'll hit. But like I said, that's when I'm usually just kind of like I'm either muscle memory, I'm not playing. I'm just doing what it, like I'll go up 5, go 5, go up 3. Time is better than like if you go, like if you miss that one, we can make it sound like that. But if you can double it up with it, you can cover it up, or if you messed up, you try to go. You can cover it up by doing it multiple times. It'll sound better that you did it. Oh, you fucked with the first time. Then you got it right the second, third, and fourth time. You know what I mean? It's better to do that than go, okay, fuck the first time. Oh, he was trying to do that. It was a little bit sloppy. You know what I mean? It was a little bit sloppy the first time. Doesn't that sound better than fucked up? You know what I mean? A little bit sloppy the first time. Actually, I fucked up, and I just covered it by repeating. Once I got that, I knew where I was. I knew that was the... But yeah, I like getting that together, like getting everything together, getting ready to produce, getting ready to play, and then, yeah, this song could use like a nice little, now go ahead and show this off for a second, 'cause I don't think I've ever shown off the tone of this thing aside from the demo, P90 versus whatever. So I just like to bring up the tone and show what it sounds like. How are you? You doing alright today? It's been a good day today. I've really been just chilling, relaxing, enjoying myself, and yeah, it's lonely, but that's kind of like what else is kind of new. It doesn't have to be the way forever. I realize that, but it just kind of it's not until it's a little bit of confirmation that you feel like it. You know what I mean? Certain people don't fucking measure up ever. Other people do, and then but it's like, yeah, but I'm not worth all that, am I? Oh yeah? Hey, let's keep on rolling. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll work it. Ow! See, yeah, we'll work it out. Just, I apologize about that. Hopefully, oh, you didn't hear that, probably, did you? See, yeah, that just burned my ears. That's fine, I can do that. I just don't want to hurt your ears. So let's bring the volume. Bring your volume down. See, I like the sound because it's very thick. It sounds kind of like a humbucker sounds, but it has a cleanness to the note definition and pluck, more like a single coil. Single coil has too much. Humbucker in the bridge, and I could demonstrate it if you'd like. It's like this is in the neck. It's much more of a humbucker tone, but that breakup is much more of that like Jimmy. It's like a nice right in between a humbucker, but the thing is you don't really get a ton of output, so you can get like a good AC/DC, You can get that kind of, and that's what the Soldano. Let's switch over to a Marshall and see what that sounds like. I don't even play that kind of music. It just automatically lends itself to that sound. Anybody in that vein, feel free to steal that. I'm not even going to use it probably. I'll use that chord structure somewhere, but not in that pattern. That's just nothing I can do, I don't think, unless I were to go, and you want to rock and roll all night. You can do it if you try. Gonna see the... I can't get enough showing this. I was about to see some crazy shit, because, for a 13-year-old, that not gonna be... Yeah, the old... I can hear the echo of me being fucking stupid. My throat hurts now from that shit, man. I hope you appreciate that I torment myself for your art. Enjoyment, I should say, for my art, for you to enjoy. So I take the blame fully, but not completely. Her name is what it means, and And then if you go into the neck, middle. Once upon a time, in the woods of wonder, came the wizards of whence you came. Can you hear this? No, you cannot. Good, so this won't touch your ears. Good, there's no squealy squeals to make your heart go. My ears doth bleed. I'm sorry, my dear. It was not I, but the amplifier. I had no choice. I couldn't stop the sound with the mute button. What am I, a wizard of whence we came? And she said, you better be, bitch, or I'll smack the shit out of you. I said, I am. And I have invented a mute button for my lady in waiting. My maiden in waiting, I've always wanted a maiden in waiting. But I am a romantistical in heart. Romantistical in heart. I'm romantistical, come on now. You can't say I'm not romantic. Oh, test me. I'm romantical. I'm gonna be test romantical? No, I'll be romantistical. You test me with romance, and I pass the test. Don't try and confuse me with your fancy switch to front and front, and also like I'm trans romantic. Nuh-uh, that's a different thing altogether. No, because it would mean that I change. There's still balls involved, is what I'm saying. Oh my God, I don't know what the fuck this. There's still balls. What's not romantic about balls? Oh, so dick in a box was fine. What to talk about? What to talk about? There's so much to talk about. All kinds of things. It always seems like the most pressing seems to be like the political and whatever, but I mean, I guess just focus on like artistic and what I would hope to happen afterward. Fuck it, if we get to this point in time in Unia, what would I rather see for this world? I could see easily a somewhat corrupt government where actually getting out there saying no kings and whatever was enough to make the solid politicians go, you want me to, okay, I've been afraid that this is what you want because the polls, the polls show, they check the, they check the poll, the polls aren't correct. Fucking, they've been changing, and then everybody, then we all rise up against, and then, we don't have to, like, whatever, even the militaries, they're knocking, going, we've been fucking had, and even any Donald Trump supporters, and they release, like, the Epstein files, and everybody's just like, and like I said, it says they drag him and all the other people out, that someone smart in the crowd goes, that can't be all. He said he wouldn't take anyone under $1 billion. Who else? There's gotta be more than that. Let's go through the billionaire list and why are they, could they be? Is there any connection? Is there anything that ties them at all together? Do they have any weird fucking account? It's time to find out, Or have some came out and do you? Why? Why are you avoiding paying taxes on shit you should owe while complaining that your taxes are too high? Why wouldn't hide it? You're hiding it over there even though you're getting the tax rate you want. The times you say, give us a good tax rate, we'll bring the money back. You invested in yourself to make your money more money. Fired a bunch of people. Pardon me for not trusting you. We're done. As a people, we're cleaning out. And there better not be anything about that in there, because we're really, we're cleaning house, and those people are the first, and they get it the worst. Well, they have to be held in prison, right? A lot. We house them in various prisons that don't like those kinds of people first. And then you basically have to fight your way to the door where we're going to execute you, if you want to get out ever. Or stay. You're losing a lot of teeth every day, though. And I'm sure that anus can't hold up much longer. Well, why do you think they bust out the teeth? They're ready to go, but they need all of them gone first. Huh? They need all of them gone first, because if you just chew, it's just a tighter seam saying, oh God, yeah, the back doors are there, or we'll kill you. Ladies and gentlemen, what a gladiator. This vicious pervert made it all the way to save his own skin to the end, so he couldn't even stand 2 days of his own torture. Yeah, you want fire, you want firing squad, you want pit of vipers, what do you want? Hanging? No, see how the cage right here, as you come out, you see that or go back inside, and as soon as you decide what you want, you can sit out and sleep for a day or two, but within 5 days you have to have something, otherwise we stop bringing you food, and we're in the desert, you notice, and so you just sit out here in the sun. We'll move that cage out into the sunlight, and then we'll make up the mind to just bake you. Let the vultures, you notice the cage is big enough for vultures to get in, but you to not get out. It's intentional. There's scorpions, all kinds of stuff out there. And if there's not, we've got them that we can import. I said in my book, you can't murder someone who hurts kids, so. Doing to others. If I did that to a kid, I'd want you to just really make an example that you don't do this. We always say that, and we always have to put ourselves in their position. We never get to put ourselves like, yeah, but as me, if I did that, how would I want to be punished? Because we're already past the part of you doing it. You see what I'm saying? So if you put yourself in my shoes, I'd be like, oh God, don't do that. And you go, oh, that's really bad. And you never do it, so you didn't do that. So now we've got to deal with the aftermath of you deciding to go forward with what you did. And then now I have to put myself in your position of doing to others. If I did this to your kid, what would I want done to me? I want to be as effective as possible to deter anyone from ever doing this again. So I learned the error of my ways, right? You learned the error of your ways? Yeah. So we got to make sure that everybody else does too, right? Yeah. So, we can do a lot of stuff, man. How do you want to do it correctly? We're going to videotape whatever it is. We could smoke you to death if you want. You want to get we're going to do some horrible shit like PCP and all kinds of shit, but you'll go out like, you know what I mean? Yeah. We'll see how much how much your body can take of kratom. We'll see what actually is the lethal dose of marijuana. What is the, vaporized fentanyl, how much actually in the air can kill a person. We'll figure this out. It's for science. It won't be for nothing. Your life won't be for, right now it's for nothing. You can make it for something. Like if we gave prisoners a chance, like if prisoners have diabetes and shit, like look, you're gonna be in here for a long fucking time, 40 some odd years, you've been trying to appeal, you're not gonna get that fucking appeal, and you and I both know it. You did this shit. It's very obvious you did this shit. You're only milking your appeal. Drop that shit and start doing, we have a pharmaceutical medicine. You have diabetes, we really want to help people with diabetes. We gotta do a human trial, okay? We're gonna be here for fucking 40 years. You're fucking 30 years. You'll be 7 years old. By doing this, you'll be able to drop that down a little bit. There's a slight possibility you might be allergic to medicine. You're not going to be in the placebo group. We need to find out what it does biologically. You're going to be monitored and all kinds of shit. And again, if you're actually remorseful, you can maybe help other people. Well, we need your race and your age to find out what it does. You have the right blood pressure, blah, 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 Because we don't have one of you in our study yet, and we're going to need you. Okay, we do. We do need more. Fuck you. We want to find out and make sure it's not normal. Maybe you're the first. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Do you want some time off of your shit or no? How much? Dude, do you want time off your shit or what? 2 weeks is a better fucking deal than what you've got or what you'll get. Yeah. I can't ever appeal again. Maybe when next time you appeal, I'll go down and say, yeah, he's been very helpful and very cooperative. The guy got his diabetes under control, but he's been very diligent on his journals, very honest and forthright with us about what he's been feeling and experiencing on the medication. Do I feel he's low but get out? I think he might need to be monitored when he gets out, but I'm thinking he's definitely getting closer. I can say as a professional, I didn't have any problems with him. Should he be out now? He didn't do me any harm, so how can I say yes or no? I'm not the one he harmed. I'm his doctor. He's probably going to be very nice to me. I'm making him more healthy. But I can say that he was cooperative. He didn't give the guards any shit. The guards laughed as they're bringing him in. All right, man, there you go. They push him in. I push, and then whatever. We laugh and joke. He keeps the stuff clean. He always has his journal together. He talks to me about getting the removal of the fucking shit right there. Is that possible? Does he really mean it? I don't know, but he did ask about it. I explained to him the process and that, and he said, well, let's see about getting it. I'm not asking for it to be free. I want to know how to get that out of there. People play people's heartstrings all the time, but he seemed genuine, so I can't say either way. Again, if the people are at home and they harm and say no fucking way, I'd say take their advice. But my thing is saying he's doing all right. Maybe he gave him to something that's a little bit less secure, you know what I mean? It seems all right. And see if they would be all right with that. Stage him, not just to get out. I still say, have these communities. They have jobs that have work that need to be done here in America. You're not going to get paid as much, but you're housing. That way the people leaving jail. You're kind of you're in a city. It's laid out just like any city. You could have not necessarily cars, but kind of electric kind of cars, because you don't have to go as far. You don't have to go. There's a hospital on place. It's surrounded just like a regular. But you have an apartment, so you have a room that's all yours. The males and females can intermingle on this campus thing, which is they've proven that the women are parolable to this. The men have proven that they can be civil to be here. Have pot bar. Alcohol seems to make violence. I don't see people get violent on pot. And if that doesn't seem to be all that right, people might go, oh yeah, I smoking pot. If I was stuck with this, there's that fucking meth that got me. I was drinking all that alcohol. This, I'm just chill. Yeah, it's a lot of tattoos, but I'm not that. I just wish someone could see past that, or I get chick. Yeah, like her. You robbed a bank? Fuck yeah. You know, I mean, no, I mean, but yeah, that's, you know. I mean, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? She'll understand the fact that I robbed someone at gunpoint. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that help a lot? And like, they don't deserve happiness ever again. I understand they've been pointing, they're still pointing, they're not allowed in the society, but a society of their own. Possibly marrying and meeting someone, falling in love with someone that can truly understand, getting a real fucking job at a lesser pay. Now, if you were going to do that with immigrants coming in, like, look, you need asylum, right? We have an entire fucking city right here at the border. It's on both sides of the border. If you want to speak all Spanish, stay on the Hispanic side, okay? You can work, you get a job, you can do all this shit. That way we can keep an eye on you and vet you for months, years. You can stay there indefinitely. You're not a citizen, but we'll grant you way more privileges because you're within the city walls. Within the city walls, you'll be guaranteed a fair trial. We won't hit you and not that, you know what I mean? You will be guaranteed certain citizen right. You will not be guaranteed the right to come in. You know what I mean? There's certain ones you're not. Freedom of speech, sure. Talk down, talk shit about America. You really don't want to talk shit about somewhere you want to get into though, right? And on top of this is a combination between Mexico and America. We're working together to try and split the difference. Some Americans don't want to be in America, but they want the rights of America, but be maybe somewhere like, you know, around the border of Mexico. I like them, I like Mexican people, blah, 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 I don't have a problem. They don't have any problem either, and they might need some English teachers to help, and you can transfer to the fucking, once you get English enough from there, you might want to learn Spanish from the, you know what I mean, and transfer, they can come over here to the American side on this. Both sides get paid the same amount. It's a lesser pay, but again, your housing is taken care of, your food is taken care of, because at the bottom of these places, there's a chow time, and there's, you know, and then they have like, you know, a continental breakfast in between. You can come down and get bagels and salads and shit anytime. There's like prepaid shit that you can buy, probably pretty cheap. Might be made that day from the place that salad bar. Just pull them up, wrap it up, stick it in the fucking thing. When you're done eating upstairs, bring it down, put it in the cafeteria. They'll wash it. They're paid for that. The cooks and shit behind the fucking thing. Get out, cook here. Huh? Laundry, you get out, you do laundry, the same kind of big industrial laundry here. Women can work on the women's clothes, men can work on the men's clothes. There's no fucking panty or underwear sniffing or putting on the head and just like, you know what I mean? Now that shit's going on. Unless you want to fucking let it be a big ass laundromat. You can have laundromats, but if you want to drop your shit off, you can do that too. That might cost a little bit extra for, I mean, but nowhere near like what. Laundromat is cheaper, but then, I mean, actually washing yourself is cheaper. You can get it done when you want. You can drop it the other one, and maybe that's free. And it's done when it's fucking done. We're not longer going to push these guys and women until they're. It's your job, right? Yeah, you're putting in your 40 hours. Yeah. Wash the shit. Act like, you know what I mean? But don't be like, I gotta go, you know, make it clean. So laundry, you know what I mean? And they could watch the, you quarter? Yeah, it might be like a quarter for the washer and dryer until it gets washed and until it gets clean. You rent it for a quarter. You see what I'm saying? That way you don't need as much money. The machine's there. They're mostly solar. You have to worry about the water and shit and the electricity. You get the electricity, if it's on some water with the rain collection, blah, blah, blah. You make it, you design it smart. You know what people are going to do? Well, that's fun fair, they have a better. It's surrounded, they trust each other, but you don't want to live there. Oh, what is so bad? Fuck you. if you want to, if you start willing to like talking instead of being an asshole, like, oh, that'd be a good thing to do here, so we can make a city of the future for us. That's a different attitude than be like, oh, me. That's a good idea. Can I design something? Sure, design something, see what you got. And you put it to the public to vote. Think about moving to the capital. So it's no longer slave-owned fucking racist base, started in racism place. We're gonna make a city of the future. Have free Wi-Fi, according to this design, free Wi-Fi, free internet, free fucking electricity and all this shit, because it's all self-contained. Basically a self-contained city. The sewage and all that shit helps to keep the water. It's right in a flood area, but it's not. It's just off the sides. The water will flood nearby, and we just pump it over here. When it floods over, we can just pump it into us and then clean it. And when it's not flooding, whatever. So like, we have great times, and we have really great times. It will never flood here because the way it's set up, it's at an angle that, the whole town is just, the water will always run down to that. You just don't buy right on the water anymore. I was thinking about that today for Unia. Mornington, I was looking at the thing on the map, and it's a bit away from the water. It's like, wow, even though it's that little dot, the little speck, and you look at how big Argus is. Like, fuck yeah, I can see how that could be. And that's 7 days between, like, yeah. And that dot contains everything of Mornington. Because, like, if you could imagine just a little bit around, you just zoom in to see how, like, a little around it. Because it doesn't crowd necessarily the water. And there are some things just outside of it, like the main character's house is up here, the north, and then just on the outskirts is Alton's house down at the bottom of the lake. I'm zooming into the lake, that's, whatever. And it's like, it's nothing, it's a little pond. If you look at it, compare that and see how long the 7-day trip, like how is that a pond? You zoom out and see the inland sea, and he's traveled that as a young person, as a kid. And so he can see, it takes days and days and days and days and days to cross the inland sea unless you're in the Sengway, depending on the weather, all that shit. And as a kid, everything seems much more big. And then he comes down and there's like this little, you can see across it. The fuck is this little puddle? You see what I'm saying? It's all perspective and all. It's a little fucking, and they are just a little kind of small town, so it's just like this little pathetic shit town. He can't really remember the town he comes from because he left at a young age. But he can remember it wasn't like this, and it was obviously more no problem with people marrying outside of your literal race. Elf and human is just fine. But he inherited a house back where he was born from and obviously left from. And it does mirror my dad in that sense. My mom was sitting there saying it's hard to read it, knowing that, I'm like, look, it is me. It's a lot me, but it's not my life story. Like it's my work. Yes, that is me. I poured a lot of who I am, not, I feel it. So yes, it's very much like my mind of where, for example, if you're reading it going home, what does Sean feel about his parents? They died from plague. So if you're looking to read that, you're not going to find that. If you want to read something about that, I've got lots of information that I talk about my parents, but it's not there. For that, I needed these two assholes to not get the shit kicked out of them for being miscreant, fucking vagabond, stealing, thieving fucks. They needed a place to live and no one giving them shit. Or if they do, they're like, fuck you. And there's nothing they really can do to them, I needed to have a reason for that. And if either one of them had parents, one of them get their ass kicked or they get kicked out, acting that way. Or they may not even go that route. Like if he had to get Alton to live at the house with him after like a year, he's like, let me check and see if he can just stay here. Also live in the barn, man. If he keeps coming and going, tell him if he keeps coming and going at night like that. I know that, I'm sorry. If he keeps coming and going like that at night, I have no idea what he's doing, but I keep hearing some shit from town about, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. He just stay gone from the, okay? If he's not gonna sleep in there, just stay gone. And don't be bringing any more people back. I went to go fucking get some goddamn shit from behind the barn. It was loud as hell. Well, how many people did he have up there? You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit that would happen, whereas he'd be inside going, as soon as he hears anything, he'd just go inside and shut the door and start playing some music, you know, or start making his own. Oh, mon chéri. Shall we make such sweet, beautiful music? He would fuck anything, wouldn't he, as long as it looked similar to a fucking... Then one of them, she tried to make herself stink, but they just turned him on. It might have been like, it was one of those ones like where the one lady, she sold her brush, she cut her hair to get him something, and he sold that thing to get a brush. It was like, oh, I'm like, it's not the same. Her hair's gonna grow back and she'll use that brush. He won't get his thing back. It is not the same, but it shows how little people think of men's and how equal it looks at first glance, right? Oh, but I cut my hair. Yeah, it'll grow back. Where the fuck it... You take that back and get... But I doubt it. Why? Because you didn't get as much as what it's worth on top of the sentiment. You know what I mean? Whatever the fuck he had, I can't remember what it was he wanted. I got this part, but now I don't have the part that I need. But, whatever the fuck it was, I don't remember what it was. I have to find out. But I do remember like going, wait a minute. And it was like, isn't that tragic? It's like, no, it's not tragic. I mean, it's fucked up and it's uneven. They were like, how's that uneven? I'm like, because her hair's gonna grow back. Like, oh yeah, yeah. So eventually she'll be able to use that fucking brush. Yeah. And his shit's still gone. He still has nothing. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you motherfuckers get stuck on paradoxes. You're like, oh yeah, that's heavy. I'm like, not really. I'm like, how? Yeah, yeah. That's why, you know, like I said, you don't want me in an institution of any kind. For too long, I'll be like, yeah, but, you know, like, is that what you tell yourself? That's what I tell myself. Do you believe it? No. Why are you wrong? Because they have a book? So you're saying God made you wrong? No. They are. It's like I'm not your enemy. I didn't put you. We met here. Remember, the same people put me here, put you here. I'm talking about any place I go. Because they're gonna be like, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So you think I'm your enemy? No. Do you think I'm a cop? No. Exactly. Would you like to get out? Yeah. Then don't bother me for like the next 2 weeks, and if I can get your help, I can start thinking in terms of I've got 2 people. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. The less you know, the better. I'll show you a bit of it, so that way even if they try and get you, you know what I mean? Yeah. Then on the way out, I'll make it very simple. What you gotta do, all you have to do is follow me, and we get to a certain place, and then you just, yeah. Okay, just don't bother me. I know you want to beat me up. Give me that after that 2 weeks. If I don't show you something that's like, okay. What do I? Don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about that right now, okay? Okay. Yeah. Glad you didn't beat me up? Yeah. Cool. That's all mine. We're gonna need 2 people for this one. Oh, if I have my bullshit. Oh, you know, I got enough. I'm gonna get a little bit of that shatter in here. Why not? I haven't had any while. Just a speck. I'll fleck all over the shatter. Why not? Like I said, I like getting so fucked up that I'm kind of like. But the thing is, like I said, I'd like to listen, and that lets me just kind of, especially shut off and just take it in, take what people are saying and listen without like arguing. And so, and then like running with their thought process, like, yeah, and then like even add on and like how it helped. And then when it's like done, like, oh shit, what? Because you can take it, you know what I mean? I'm on board, you know, like what? Water. And if you have something like, okay, it's cool. So that means sewage is also, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. If it's like a big plan for some, whatever it is, you know, or if it's just fucking a business plan. Like I said, I'm like more of an onboard fan. And that's easier to take than someone who just hasn't really heard about. Have you thought about? Yes, I have. Now it's what's going to. But did you do? You just found out about this plan, okay? I've been working on this. So, anyways, I'm going. But you know what you ought to do? That's why I'm trying to put things on there. Like, I don't know if you thought about it before, but this just popped to me. You know, and if it's something that seems pretty obvious, I'm like, you may have thought of this before. And if it doesn't, like, ooh, because there's like, if I especially I'm like, there's no way you probably thought of this. There's probably no, you know, I mean, if it genuinely is, because like I said, I just get excited and want to contribute. Try to make things, when I'm excited about things I like, I try to make them better, you know, more universal appealing to, because like often people have like a very like what they like, and therefore, but like that's targeted to you, which is really cool. And you're that excited about it. Now if we can just spread that a little bit wider to hit a bit wider target, because if you hit a bit wider target, then it's just going to, you know what I mean, across the fucking board. Because you're, you know what I mean, it becomes a group, a cult fucking type thing. Those people are looking like an in crowd. People want to, you know what I mean, even people that don't know why they want, you know what I mean, it causes a demand. It's a lot of things to it, which probably have been thought of. If not, I like talking and going through that shit. So, I mean, if you have, I'd love to hear it all in any, like, really finite, small fucking details. I can easily just sit there and go, okay, yeah, cool, right. Like, because so you are getting those, okay, cool. Yeah, that's going to keep costs way the fuck down. And yeah, you've got, right, you know. Interactive listening. Sometimes people you can tell when someone's like, let me finish, you know. So, right? I'm just saying I'm there with you, I get it. And I'll often just kind of sit there quietly, and especially if it looks like I'm not listening, if I can see in your face think I'm not, I'll just keep on going and that's because of the dog earlier, right? That you had, yeah. Right. I'm here, I'm listening. I get that I'm sitting there going, you're not listening. Is that because the dog was, you know what I mean? Yeah. Continue, please. That's the ashtray. Continue, go ahead. I'm just trying to find my pot. Right, just go ahead. Because if you're not sitting there like this, for some people, you're not paying attention. That's why I list on something like, why would you know what I mean, something to show, like, why would that matter to the neighbor? Exactly what I was saying. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, continue. I can tell that people are thinking you're not listening, so you kind of sum it all up for them to let them know you're listening to the whole thing, you've been listening to all of it. And doing this, it's not multitasking. I work better when I'm not looking, when I was in school. If I had my eyes closed, if I was not looking at the teacher, and when she was talking, I was drawing cartoons and stuff and doing all kinds of doodles. I was writing poems. I mean, when I filled my 3-ring binder, it's usually like my mind pouring out, and then some of the details I thought I'd forget. The difference between osmosis and diffusion. There's a quick little synopsis, like osmosis, diffusion, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd blend that, like the water bubble, like the thought bubble becomes like water. You know what I mean? To kind of give me a memory of what it is. And then I just keep drawing like something underwater, some fish and stuff. And then she's like, and again, it looks like I'm not paying attention, like I'm drawing, just like, blah, 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 blah. That's like, when I was awake. The one about the osmosis diffusion, I was asleep. That's how, you know what I mean? It seems like you were not paying attention. I'm like, I sat back up and I was just like, you repeat the question? If you're awake, if you repeat the question, I'll give you the answer. Osmosis. Can I go back to sleep? I'm glad you can do that, but no one else can, so you can't either. I've been doing this. I do this when I want to. I got an A in this fucking class. Fuck off. If it gets in here, well, they're gonna try. And they're gonna fail miserably. You're not me. Results may vary. Do you need to put a sign up? What the fuck? I am different from you all. I study for the test about 5 minutes beforehand and I ace it. Somewhere in here retains it for fucking ever after that. Even if I think I kicked it out, later on I'll be like, yeah, so this, and then the word, will come out. Is that the word? I don't know if that's the word. And I check it out, I'm like, yeah, that's the word. Vocabulary class, I guess. It's the one that popped in there. I didn't think it was correct. I didn't think it's correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of like a warning tale than a brag. I don't even know how I do some of this shit, honestly. So I wouldn't recommend to anybody. That's why I didn't recommend anybody cheat off my test. It could go bad any fucking second. I'm just guessing based on logic. This is a classic book, so let me guess what the fucking, more than likely, whatever trope is currently kind of on a big one, this is probably the original one that set that up, that we know in English literature anyways. Sure, there may be some fucking back in Gaelic or whatever, they're not going to make us read it. Beowulf, translated, yes. But even then, it's like mandatory, because I remember watching the movie going, see, I would rather do this, maybe put this on, but rather, I don't know if this is actually how it goes. But if after there's like, okay, in the book, this didn't happen, that, now I can imagine what it's supposed to look like, what things are supposed to kind of be, like, is that kind of like the description? Yeah, okay. Tell me what they actually did then. You know what I mean? It was just something, boom, boom, boom. Oh wow, that's cool. And then like, I should probably read that then. Yeah, read it. And I'm reading it, picturing how it went and the thing. Oh, she didn't do that. She didn't look like this with the tail, and she didn't look like Angelina Jolie. Right, I get that. They're trying to sell tickets and shit, whatever, But why did she go? She could change. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Was she supposed to be like, she's supposed to be pretty? Because when they try and go for a pretty woman, they always go for Angelina Jolie, right? Yeah, okay. It's not like they're like, we need an ugly chick to fill this spot. Jennifer Aniston, uglier. Angelina Jolie, uglier. I mean, who's popular right now? Oh, yeah. The girl with the... Oh, she's very ugly. Yeah, definitely put... Two Broke Girls? Yeah, that one. Jugs McGee. What is her name? I think that's it. Okay, well then give her the spot. What she doesn't want it, pay her until she does. Well, she doesn't act very well. We're not, I mean... I believe in her. I have two big reasons to believe she's going to be a huge star, okay? Just trust me on this. I don't know. I understand up to a size why you'd want to be a size, a certain, I get that. That, cartoonish is like, I mean, if she has them, I'm not gonna be like, oh, no way. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's not gonna be like, You know what I mean? You don't have like fucking quadriples, really. No one really has us by nature, and if you do, kudos to you, but it's kind of like not a lot of guys are fucking just throwing it over their shoulder, you know? So there's no reason to feel like, you know, I can't throw it over my shoulder. Like, nobody can, besides this dude. Well, they film it every time he does. But when he ropes a girl and rips it back down, you're like, wow, you ain't going nowhere. She's laughing, it's funny. It's a whole thing. He's like, hi-ho, silver away. She's already sitting it down. And he just goes, and it untangles itself. It's amazing. What was that? Anybody hear that? It was like got a message in this ear or something. The higher ups are back. It'd be fun if there actually was, and that was them. They're out there watching, like, ah, shit. You're not supposed to talk about us. Yeah, I know, but you guys are always making yourselves so blatant. I have to say something. The cracking up going, yeah. It's a good show. I kind of feel bad about the fact we're going to kill him in like 7 days. A little. Pay is too good. That was what I was going to say about shit. Isn't it fucked up? I don't know if I said that earlier, how, like I said, you can change the attribute. I don't know if I meant to mention, but like getting your muffler changed. Bitching the dude out and just slapping money on his face until he's fucking okay with it. Now imagine money doesn't... There's a bunch of sheets, and now you're basically just, on top of disrespecting him, his mom, and his profession, you're just taking cloths and just smacking him in the head with these stacks of just paper and cloths. Bam! Bam! Here's another 50,000. Bam! Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Your mother. Blam! Ah! I said, don't bring my mama into it. Drop the fucking truck down on the dude's head. It was up on the rack. Oh, we're not done, princess. Still alive? Your car is breaking. Here, why don't you pay to get it fixed? Here's 1, 2. I know I'm hitting you in the nuts. You should pay it off just finally. 5. Well, that was awesome because I know it's true. That guy, Pat? Who the fuck was he was mixing? It wasn't Pat. What the fuck was his name? I don't know. I was working on Boxful of Death and he offered to mix. And I was telling him about KIND because his mixes that he had showed me sounded really good. I honestly think the mix I sent him sounded better of what I was working on. It was just the stems, and I wanted to give him an idea of how I heard it. I was like, this is how I hear it, just change how you want. He's like, yeah, I don't really like the L2 for, whatever. You should try this thing, whatever here. So I made a mix and tell me what you think, and I listened to it. I didn't really care for it. Especially after the stuff that I'd heard from him. I was expecting to hear like a better mix of what I had done. And maybe after being mastered it would have, but I was just like, it's not really impressing me like I was hoping. And then he pulled the shit trying to go around me. Talked to Ian. Motherfucker, I told you about that shit. I'm gonna go ahead and get a cough drop and some more water, and then I'm going to read a little bit. I don't know if I'll read poems or if I'll read Keep Kristarean. If anyone has any requests, I'll definitely read. I can read the Robin the Thief. I can read whatever. I don't give a shit. The survival guide. I don't know if I have. I know I have those on the tablet. I could probably get the No Hands Rule if I haven't read that before, or even if I have. I don't mind. I just like, I like getting comments on my stuff, and especially if people had but why, why that, I've heard this part, but like, why, I know it connect, but how is that? And then like, oh shit, yeah, fuck, nicely done. That's what I think about the Robin Thief. I think I did enough tying together loosely of stuff that by the time it's like, not only was it there the whole time, I remember that. You know what I mean? I remember that. It was so insignificant. No, I hope it's got good rereadability quality. I've read or listened to it. I've read it between the first, second, third versions, at least 2 times each in those. Is it snowing or sleeping or raining? And then once it was done into book format, it was just so fun watching the thing. I was just like, God, every time I watch it, I wish I could just zoom in and actually show the town, even from up above, Especially when you get to Argus, like that Argus pan away so you could see how the city comes across and like the docks and shit. They were a lot smaller in the beginning when you first crossed the Western, but then like after the collapse, they made them look huge, and their fucking arcs over fucking 60 miles long by about 20 miles wide. And so it's just like a whole. In the A is the agriculture area. It was just like the farming, and I wanted to zoom in and show like the rows of farming, like the tons of farms. I think you could see more into. So there's just tons of farms in this, because that's where the sun rises, and you can see that. And then at the R, that's the residential, and so you can go in there, especially if you adjust it, so you can see like the different courtyards and shit. And then G is for guilds. You have of course, main center courtyard, and all the buildings are kind of surrounding it and shit. So each one has its own like district. And then U is for the universities. And then S is where the stables are. So there's like student living and stables, because universities. You got this shit rolls downhill. They're like the newest people, the students, and So yeah. They're most likely to be sent on a mission anyways, right? I was wondering about pigeons in our towns, like major towns like Italy. You know what I mean? Like when you see like these big whatever that are metropolis and shit with a lot of fucking pigeons, New York, on and on. Does that stem, because they don't really have any other purpose, does that stem from back when they were using courier pigeons? So they had a ton of them. When they stopped, they still came back for home. Well, we moved to telegram, fuck off. You know what I mean? But what else do they know? And then now they're free, but they still have like a fairly calm interaction with humans. They're just kind of free to do whatever they want to do. We're gonna need some food and shit, and then generations pass, and next thing you know, they just live amongst us and do what they do. We're like, why are they here? You, in the past, used to use, instead of a cell phone, you took one and just threw it out the fucking window. You might have taken 3 and done that, just in case the first one got struck by lightning, got tired, lost, any of that shit. It didn't matter. The only matter is that that person grabbed that fucking pigeon, put a note on its fucking leg, and then sent it back to you. I don't think you really cared about. Send out 3, 1 comes back, and like, that's alright, kill the rest. My dearest love. Oh, yes. We have more of thou upon the roof. Fix your wing away. My dearest love. Oh. Art thou up? I don't care if it makes anybody laugh. It makes me giggle, and that's all I care about. I have one prank that I want to call the lava soap customer complaint and comment. Because people always comment, they always complain, so I want to call them and leave a comment, but I want to be so goddamn ridiculous that they don't know if it was real or because the fucking thing is like, I can hang up knowing it was not real and laugh my ass off, but I want them going, I'm pretty sure that's fucking real, but it was unfucking real. That was unreal. He called a compliment the soap, but he kept calling it that lava. Because I could see them going home like, I don't know if this guy was real. And he started to cry. I'm pretty sure he was crying for real because I could hear the tissues and he's wiping his face and his nose got snotty. Oh yeah. It was, I mean, just actually blow it. You can hear the tissue paper rubbing. Like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I'm getting all emotional. And just click up. He said emotional. I'll come with something good, you know, and I don't want to do it, think it out too much, but I definitely want to leave them going. That was not planned. There's no way, because I said this and he came back. It wasn't like on a script. You sure? I'm sure. I threw out some curveballs, and he's like, he didn't pivot back to like a script or anything. He just went that direction and just kept talking to me. And calling it that lava. Then he got too emotional and he had to go. Alright, so I'm going to put on some... It's not, the joke isn't from, it's not, the enjoyment is not, it's for them when they go try and tell the story to people, like, they can't, I mean, again, that's a weak version. What I'm talking about is some fucking masterpiece that will leave them confused and not knowing. They gotta talk to somebody about it. That's how fucked up it is, you know what I mean? How they're like, okay, you tell me, they gotta be fucking with you. I thought so. I thought so too, but then check this, you know what I mean? But check this out. Oh God. Yeah, that would fuck me up. Yeah. I think he's telling the fucking truth. I think he just loved the fucking soap. I can't tell if it's broadcasting out there or not. I'm hoping it's going on. I see all the lights and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe if I log into my tablet or phone, wherever they are, I can find out. But out in the living room, it didn't seem like it did. I disconnected the Bluetooth, and no sound came out. But it could be that the TV just... There it goes. It is going, so never mind. Music wasn't playing. What the fuck's up with that? Okay, well, I'll figure that out, and let me go ahead and mute that out. I'll go ahead and start another song, and then I'll interrupt it. It doesn't make me clean anyways. I hope it has been that way the whole time. Hopefully that's been the way the whole time, because then I've been pretty stupid singing along with the stuff and whatever while it's only doing the headphones. It's still showing and registering. The earbuds, when I had them back here, they were showing that I could hear the music going there. Or did I? Maybe I didn't. I know I heard me talking. So maybe it's been like this the whole time. So welcome to the Stupid Sean Show. Sean gets so high, he fucks shit up show, which is like every other show. Let me check something real quick though, and I can see if the chip bunch of shit back out. Desktop, who gives a fuck? I just want to do with the audio. Again, a little bit of interactiveness. The joint sounds nice, but not right now. Little interactive and find out what anybody would want to listen to out there. But I guess ASMR, so something. I'm trying to be more ASMR, so let's get rid of that reverb. It's not, I don't think it's as bad as it was, but it can be pretty not so great. Go ahead and turn it off there, and we got nothing on there. There is a compressor, the Renaissance vocals. We're not clipping. Oh yeah, it's also not, there we go. The noise gate is giving a little bit more room. There we go. And if I scoot closer, it'll definitely get a higher signal. So I just don't want to lose any of the stuff I'm saying, but I also don't want any, like if the heater kicks in, I'd rather it not be in there at all. Or when I stop, it just, if I had my choice, there would be just a room that I could just do this. I would have probably large diaphragms to capture my whole voice. I could swap these out for 2 large diaphragms, but these are matched pair, which makes a good like matching. But mismatched set might sound pretty cool. I really don't know. I thought about setting up one here in the center, but without my mixing board, I mean, it would sound perfect, you know what I mean? Or maybe like a direct even, like a condenser, dynamic, a dynamic in the center, and these 2. And that would catch the outside room. I'd probably even set those even further. Yeah, booger butts. Even further wide apart. Yep, there we go. And then this one here in the center to capture it there. And that way it sounds like what the room would sound like. And or I would fucking put them in the room up above, overhead, probably out of the focus, and then have the other microphone down here. A direct mic, so that way you can get direct voice as well as the overheads. I get creative with shit. If I wanted to, I'd even put like a, right underneath where you wouldn't see it, a large diaphragm to get everything on the same between here, with the dynamic would hit that. The large diaphragm would hit that one back there. So any of this, that wouldn't happen right there. How it blocks the sound going to either ear. that's just because of its position. If that was a dynamic mic, I wouldn't even do that because I could just move around it and whatever. Those over there would capture, like these up there would capture the room evenly left and right. That one in front of me would capture my voice in the room. And then I would tune each one of them so that they were neither in phase, and then they were all doing proper things to capture the frequencies right in a soundproof room. Even if I like close the door or whatever, but that's if I had my choice. But I was going to do ASMR right. And then also what I have where I could dial in any reverb or whatever if I decide to switch over to play guitar. So I prefer to have like a little bit of get a little bit more professionalism to like guitar and singing. Have that on there, some chorus on the voice and stuff. But when you're talking, you want it to be fairly dry. Maybe a hint of reverb to kind of kill, especially if it just chops short. What it do it with a noise gate, then you put like a noise gate. It kind of decays naturally. Covers the fact that it's. So that's always a way to do it. You know, you don't want to go crazy with it, but enough to sound more natural. It gets some of that back without any of that extra noise you're trying to cut out. It's really cool stuff, the ways you can go around so many different things. I love music for that and that's not really even modern shit. They had noise gates back then that had no, they didn't have as good controls as they do now to make it more smooth. And so it would just cut off. Like I said, you just add in a bit of proper reverb to make it sound like room or whatever. And then just the taper so that it just, because it'll hold that last little, that's what you're expecting for the room to sound natural anyways. It's that natural decay, not just top every time it stops. Not every time it stops. It should just kind of carry over through. But if I am talking that way and the noise gate is capturing it, I'm just talking to have stuff to talk about. I know it's probably stuff people already know, but if I had a subject to talk about, I could read my book. That's fine. Or read something from my stuff. I could read my ketamine journal. That was interesting going back and reading it. Like I said, it made a lot more sense than I was hoping it would, honestly, because I was fucking out of it. And every time I read any part of it, I'm like, I remember that Love Vivid too, Love Vivid. Like, it was out, it was gone for a while, but it's, I didn't grab my fucking tablet, motherfucker. Or my phone. Son of a booty boot. About this iPad that I had that controls the studio. It hasn't been plugged up in a while, so it's probably dead. I don't even know how to turn this bitch on. Oh yeah, you're dead. God. Oh, there's the charger. Cool. Oh, I tore down the vocal booth. Because I was in a weird headspace and I got out of that mood. I'm getting back in the mood to get back in there and start working. And, so I'm going to try this real quick. We're going to play it.
Self together now, can't put a twist on this, and still, to my credit, I can say with head held high that my
I do apologize. I had to do some tests and stuff, and I think it's got worked out. I'm gonna make sure real quick, and then we'll get going. Okay? Okay, so I got that worked out. Let's check this out. See, go ahead, enough of your shit. Enough of your shit, sir. I've got to go through the settings and find out if I can put different inputs on different... Okay, so under the features or under the advanced audio properties, I can have the tracks. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. So if I can put my input 3, 4 on tracks 3, 4, then I can have that isolated to the one track. If I can put studio on 1, 2, then I can have that isolated over there, and there won't be any bleed over. So I gotta figure out how to do that, because if I took the main one, studio off of 1, 2, no sound for the radio, for the music. And then I took the microphone off 1, 2, and there was no microphone. So they're both on track 1, 2. I gotta figure out how to do that in my own time, but I just had to let you know what was going on there. So, how are you? Reverb is gone. Reverb is gone. Yep, that is one gone reverb. It is definitely not on there anymore. So, how are you? Would you like to hear a little story? Not a little fidgety fucking wire. Would you like to hear a story? Because something... Stop shining me so bright. Oh, and that screen's gotta stop being so bright on me too. It's a sad, dark story. Oh no. I'll find something to read. I don't know if it'll be a sad, dark story or not. I could read Keep Kristarean. I could read a lot of stuff. My phone just finished charging. Haven't been on that in a while. Where is now? Say first era Onia story. Oh yeah, I like that one. That one's gonna be fucking weird as shit. That should be a really good one there. Running up on 4 o'clock. Journals of Trim and Fault, yeah. Too much. A little too much, not enough. The several senses made too much of this. Inhale in gray, exhale in time. Keep as much as you can call mine until I'm wondering, am I really dying more than every day? Is this the line? Now I'm thundering, born in black light. Morning is every day. So cry as you might. A little, too often, too much is my coffin. Maybe out of breath. Inhale the day where clouds won't climb. Keep in as much as you can leave behind. And now I'm wondering, am I really dying more than every other day? Is this that final line? Now I'm tumbling through the black and back, 'cause morning is every day, so go on and cry as you might. I don't know when I wrote this, but anyways. Someday there will be no more chains to bind you, no barriers with which to define you. I've been doing 100 on empty so long I'd probably hurt to be filled, And even though the fire is tempting, quickly the burner is doused and killed with tears from the untrue. The liar burns in afterthought, as if this journey was not for naught. 30 shells across the floor, so sharp they leave the barefoot raw. It's only after we know the beaten that we ever think of calling a draw. Probably because most pride can be bought. It won't always be this way. Someday thought will match what they say. Any truth can be burdened, any lie can burn down. What have you then? Someday a handful of ash. Drugs o'clock. It's drugs o'clock, baby. You're late, but right on time. Any later, you'd have missed. Drugs o'clock high. We won't start without you. What kind of friend would do such a thing to a friend? It's already lonely enough in the end. Bed sores. I awake, eyes awake. Something seems misplaced. Was it a dream of give and take? Shell of me in the wrong space. I've been asleep uncounted days, nights, and years, unbound and falling victim to my prayers. A sound I know too well, echoing down, and now I've crossed the line. But what about mine? You trespass like you belong, or it to you. Now I've taken a look, so proud you read a book, and now you. The kingdom's come, but only for you. Don't mind the bed sores, I've been sleeping. Buy and sell the receipt I'm keeping. Just give me a moment to figure out what you owe me. Oh no, looks like we've come up short. I bet you know me. I come to see you by the stream, my lily, my queen. It's like you show me that you stepped out of my dream. It seems silly. I'm stuck between belief and release. I just want to see you happy. I'm sorry I'm not sorry. I just want to see you with me. I want to know you. I'll only go where you'll allow me, my silly. Don't even know me, do you? Do you see what I see in your eyes, the beauty of the world? And the light hits you right, leaving me all up all night, retracing memories, replaying my dreams. Try as you might, I'm here with you. Till you tell me to leave, I'll live in memories, replacing my reality. Cocooned in a dream of your eyes, as the lilies float downstream, free of my burden, free of my destiny. The summer's taste returns, and I come back to the stream. My lily, my queen, I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. I just want to see you with me. In sunlight, the moon cascades over my bed, and whispers of dreams entering my head as I wonder what takes time and where does it go when it's no longer mine. Fondness is no substitute for anemic eyes, all destitute for withered hearts, still resolute on pumping what does not still pollute. Sunlight is overrated. What I saw you dancing with a dead man, angelic black wings, your secret sweet. I knew you belonged to another, and brother, that was not me. But there you were, the tangled hairs, the makeup smeared like no one cares, a broken heart beyond repair, and soon to be a dead man. What is there to do with the likes of you? Just smile as you flutter by, wind dark and black and blue, tears at seams that no one knew. Just weep as the other cries. Drift on away on whims of a dead man. Shall not these years be counted thus, and on and on, and on and on, to the land until you turn dust? I saw you dancing with the dead man, angelic black wings, your scent so very sweet. I knew you belonged to another and brother that was not me. But there you were, the tangles of hair and makeup smeared so laissez-faire, a broken heart beyond repair, and soon to be a dead man. Oh, I was going to do a whole video on how I do my recording Girma songs. It's like intro, song, what will be covered, skip to the beginning. Yeah, so you can skip over stuff, the beginning, recording, mixing, mastering, and final thoughts. Yeah. That's as much as I like to have kind of planned, because otherwise it doesn't come off really authentic, but it does keep me on track. If you plan too much, you can tell, you know, but... Echoes of Sometime, I haven't written that one yet. Strategy, oh yeah. It's much like chess with different pieces and movements. The bishop's position would be the snake. I don't know if I've read this before or not. I probably have. Yeah, because I mentioned how there is the king and the queen. That's right. And both have to be captured in order to win, because either one has, like, when one gets captured, the other one gets more strength. I thought that was cool. I thought that balanced the power out quite a bit. So you can't just take the queen and like, oh, you just made my king fucking stronger and he's pissed you took his wife. You know what I mean? And then Chance, that was fun. That was a really good game. I really like playing that. You 5 dice. Yeah, it was fun playing it by myself, you know, just counting it. And I was like, you know, if you got fast, it'd be kind of a cool dual player game. So I come up with the different shit to do with it. And I'm guessing this is about drugs. Miles and miles. I cannot adequately put into words the relief that cascades through your body, your soul, when the bliss hits right, when the wait is over. Whether self-imposed or fighting the sick, when you finally lift that curse, you remember your love, and as you sigh finally, followed by the hatred of knowing now, as euphoria is currently digging deep, that this will abandon you. You can't even enjoy this peace because you're already trying to figure out how to convince your true love to stay longer. Why must you go? Do you even understand? Or is that part of it? I will not beg, but will bend. I'll throw off my counts today and sacrifice in the coming days and weeks, scavenging by on scraps and smoke-filled lungs. The worst part, I personally don't care. I admit my love for the loveless. I profess my self-hate. I want to die with my veins crammed full of relief. Sin or medicine? And why is it so bad to feel happy? Why is it a crime that I was born almost completely without serotonin or whatever creates and allows joy and pleasure? Because I don't get high, I get right. I get off the floor, I get motivation to do this bullshit another day. I feel happiness enough to write and work. I can think of more than the cruelness of the world, which brings me to almost immobility. I've been fighting for 30 plus years. No one listens, no matter how many times you were right. They focus on the not completely calm the big picture. They focus on the inconsequential parts no one could have seen. Too minute, no one short of God Almighty. I'm tired, my crutch, pardon me for needing it time to time. After so much pain, sometimes I need to rest and recharge. You feel free to do it your way. You will not hear anything from me until you know what you ought to do instead. Hurt people who give me unsolicited advice on how to deal. Okay, then, let me die when it's my time to die, and let me live my life the way I want to. You can't even dress like me. How are you gonna walk in my shoes? Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn that Mary Jane by Rick James. I'm gonna turn it into a punk song. I want to get Ian involved. I hope fucking Mike will get involved. I wouldn't mind playing the drums because I'll be playing that shit sloppy as fuck. And I wouldn't mind if all of us kind of turn like singing like just a screamy version, if nothing else, just like all of us do it and then just kind of patch through the three, you know? Like it'll be all of us, but who's the main lead would just be like the first verse or here and the second verse, and we're all just singing it. And, you know what I mean? Like it just keeps who the focus is. I could automate that easy as shit. So I can make it just sound like we're like, as this person moves forward, this person moves over here. You know what I mean? Or like, yeah, this person moves here and this person moves to the back. I can make it sound like that, both to the right and behind. By just adjusting and increasing the reverb and shit, and suddenly it drops back. Run it all through that fucking same studio, and the reverb, it'll definitely sound like they're in the same in the same vocal booth. 3 separate tracks, probably recorded like he'd be in Canada recording his, I'd be here, and then fucking Ian be out on the fucking, where's North? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because that's not Canada. And this isn't here. Hey, Mike, with the Brady Bunch. We should do that every time, especially if we can do the pass off. Fucking Mike. Okay. You ready to do this, man? Yeah. All right, I'm going to go. And they do that, and they can just bring the screen down. Not so hard, you motherfucker. Why do you always drop me like that? I'm sorry. This is old fucking Practical Effects to do that kind of shit. That's just being silly. That's what I like about the shit that I've been doing on my, especially for my shorts. They're all just improvised and they're quick and easy, and then like whatever I do is just whatever I fucking do. It's a lot of shit that bugs me throughout the day, and then oh goddamn, and I can just go do a quick short about fucking whatever, and then I can do my these here a little bit less fucked out. Oh, this is about going to get some weed back in the 90s. Downtown. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Pay my man $50 and she'll take me for a whirl. Gonna make a stop. Cause it's gonna have like, she's gonna make a stop. Then I'm gonna hit it. Cause my girl Mary Jane, she ain't never quitted. Quitted. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Pay my man $50 and she can take me for a whirl. Gotta make a stop before I get to hit it. Cause my girl Mary Jane, she ain't never quitted. Gotta catch a drop just before I hit it. Mary Jane needs a dress and I look a mess. I guess I must confess. If you're looking for one who burned the last one, I'm the man who did it. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Going downtown, gonna see my girl. Pay my man $50 so she can take me for a whirl. When I do the guys got dropped, just before I hit it, Mary Jane needs a dress. And I look like a mess. The way it's cadenced out, it fucking ends up cause I'm the one who did it. You know what I mean? Just before I hit it. And I'm the one who did it. She needs a dress because I look a mess. If you're looking for the guy who burned the last one, I'm the man who did it. You know what I mean? I'm the man who did it. Boom, 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 boom. Broken too much.
I can feel my heart dying in my chest, the pulse erratic, flutters of whispers. I recognize my coming death and can't wait to breathe out my last. One push and gone, not like sleep, but forever. Not like lovers sent, now faded. Not like promises faded into nights long lost. I weep not for these coming days, the rays of darkness piercing my veil, clean through, and light does bleed. Unlike me, the serpent lying and laying, reviled, loathed, and words unsaid, I hear it all, clear as bells. On the Sunday, last the final mass, shooting heavenward and descending forever, just to live fantastic lie of mine, that only one wants, who else but none, set aside from desire and wish, and I see all the best as you go free of this. It's sundown, the sunset upon the hills, dreams I missed but longingly whispered winds to memory, spying for this and that. Tomorrow is more interesting, but no more interesting than today with its promises of light and cloudy rain, but come the sunset and she's all mine. A tolerant stance for one of the sun, no differentiation between self and other. The very air between catches fire, breathing out an exhale of myrrh and pure scents. In or upon these wander my mind, vagrants intimidating wisdom's ghost. Perhaps the joke is on, not with, but that makes equally less of every thing. Thing, capital E. The sun sets, my eyes awake. The shadow men come to take me, break me if they can, into summer and spring. A noose hangs from the flag, only break in case of an emergency. Is not my need, never your want, wanton and companion? Why dost thou invade my mind, my very thoughts? At sundown, merry are the lights a-beaconing. I think I read this before, but it's not that long. Today a reckoning, as with winter in throes of gray, buried beneath the cold of autumn's lingering stay, not for nothing, not like me, tied to the temple, left unclean, shaved and shorn, fallacy of free, the truth is a burdened dream. What is the becoming more than what they say? Is it hidden in the comfort of winter skies, all colored gray, torn and shorn, born to the raging sea? I'm all tangled in what it means to be free. Sick joke, lie after wasted lie, drowning the truth without remorse or even second looked, shaved and shorn. 420, time to smoke. I know there's no reason to smoke that shit just because it's 420, but I mean, if I need a reason to, then I need a reason to, so I'm going to do the reason there, and the shatter's all burned out, so I hope. I don't want to get all shattered and smattered, but I don't mind getting a little bit of bent and twisted and tweaked and turned around about-ish. I've got some more goodies in here. Let's maybe we do not some of the other stuff that we had, and some new stuff that we brought in. How about that, huh? Can't we all just get in my bong? There you are. Why do I always forget? Oh, because I'm on that screen, and he's pointing at that screen,
And now he's pointing at me. That don't make no damn sense, does it? Why would I point at you and he's pointing at me? When I pointed at him, he points at you. You fuckers. They didn't look at me. He didn't even look me in the eye when I try and confront him on this shit. He's looking at me now. Like, look at me. What, you want to see you look away? Bitch. Muscle shirt. You ain't got no goddamn muscles, you fucking poser. He also, Mr. Miyagi does not have any goddamn little trees. He's got bonsais. Mr. Miyagi's dojo dough. Shut your ass. The thing is, you have to watch the movies to get that much information. You get to watch it. Like The Wild Man, it's just gonna come out of nowhere, and everybody's just gonna, you know? Don't even make that movie. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. See, I couldn't do that with the Hillary Swank one because I haven't watched it. But this one I could be like he's gonna come through and be like Ralph Macchio, like, hey Ralph, you wanna be my friend? Like, sure, dude. You're cool. I make bonsai trees. Do you? Do you love them? Oh, I love them a lot. Me and Mr. Miyagi, you both love them. I'm not a bad guy. I just have the spiky do. I can show you how to have the spiky do. Would you like to have a spiky do? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna crush your little fucking trees. How about that? And I'm gonna crush your soul. And then I'm gonna crush your dude. You think I want to be friends with you, Macchio? Look at me. Look at the spiky do. I gave it all away the second you saw me. If I would have like the slick down, maybe. But then I'd probably just try and trick you. You know what I mean? You just, All Valley champion, baby. Now you're ruined. What are you going to do without your trust and your little trees? Oh, you got a girlfriend. The one, the teen witch girl? That's going to help you think. Did the one over in overseas, did she help? She did. Fuck. How come he always gets a chick? Why don't I get a chick? Why don't I get like a chick that's like, you can do it, honey. Kick his ass. Yeah, I got my own. Bro, I got the All Valley fucking sponsorship. Nigga, what do you want? Bring it. I got my own theme music when I walk out in this bitch. Hit him, Timberland. Fucking goddamn Don King over here. Yeah, I got a whole thing with fucking music. Oh, that's just their fucking addresses. Okay. A trend on the mend. I could see that. I could see what that was gonna be. Like I said, if I'm saying something about baby blue, like the blue sunrise, all that shit, it's all about that dream. Yeah, just to play so much a deal. Like this one, baby blue, how'd you get up there? Like you were the moon. And I can't help but stare. It's just, it's been going for a long time. Jethro's on death row. I like that. It's gonna be their new dumb album, whatever. There's another one, The Traveling Wilburys is that band with whatever. And then I'm friends on that, home studio setup site, and so I've shared a couple pictures of my studio, and people have been sharing pictures there. I mean, I didn't start. I think everybody shares, but here recently, people I think they've been putting in like less afraid to put in smaller studios, and everybody's been very supportive, you know, because it's just about getting it done. How do you get what you get done? People are like, this isn't really recording, but it's my little zen spot. And everybody's like, fuck yeah, dude. Because it's like a little place where he just goes in and he's like, you know, whatever he does in the day, whatever, he comes in and he plays guitar in this one room that's set up for guitar. And there's nobody going, fuck, you get it. Everybody's just really supportive, and I love that kind of shit, you know. But I've also been, like, commenting on a lot of them. A lot of people will show support, but they won't actually comment. And I'm like, fuck, dude, that's awesome. And I started mentioning, like, how we've got to start getting where, like, if you're running a mastering studio, because some of them have, like, set up for mastering, we got to start passing tracks, you know what I mean? Like, if you record it here at that studio, maybe, you know, send it to another person to mix. And then we just stay connected. And then, you know, and then someone else like, I'll master, you know, and then you pass it then to master. And then it's like this group hand thing with our own community. We're promoting and we're also showing what the fuck we can do and how we can work together. And people are like, fuck, that's awesome. We got to start doing this. You're like, hell yeah, we do. Like, yeah. And I was like, dude, I will do at least like 2 to 3 songs a month free of charge, just to get this going. Anybody else in? And there's no fucking comment. Really? Nothing? Nobody? What if you record your band at charge and then like, hey, I can get this mix for you through these other guys, and you let them, do you mind? I'll mix it, but then we'll send it to them to mix to be part of the community. Would you mind? And they're probably like, you know what I mean? Because everybody's so precious about their music. What if someone steals your song? Really? Well, you're the next goddamn Nirvana. And if you have a hit, you have the recording, right? If you did it digitally in any kind of way, there's a date on it. If you didn't, send the hard copy before you get it up anywhere. Make a copy of that. Yeah? Put it into a case. Put that into a box. Make sure it's safe. Send it to yourself by the mail. Okay? Make sure it's in like a brown, used to the outside like a paper bag, turn it inside out, and it'll just be brown. And you wrap it like wrapping paper, tape it up, however the fuck you tape it up, make sure it's tape sealed or you can't get in there. Send it to yourself. They'll put a post-date stamp on there as it goes to the mail. You never open that unless you need to go to court. Your Honor, can you open that? Why? When did they get their copyright? So the thing that's in there, look at the post date, that's from the U.S. government. The postage has been tampered with. No. Could you open that first place so you can see that I didn't do anything? CD, yeah. Won't harm it. I have a tape. I can play it here. I can do that. There's a tape in there and the CD. Did you hear it? Like, yeah. We can play there as well. We're getting everything set up. Tim sang, then you open it up. Okay, pause that. What's the date on that? A year and a half before theirs. Interesting, isn't it? I wonder whose came first. Well, they're copyright. They're trying to countersue. But my postage date is before their copyright date. So my suit continues and theirs drops. No, I get they're a major company. I don't have a lawyer. Truth will set you free, right? If you need to, send it to yourself again so there's a second, you know? Have it priority. If it's like a CD, have it priority so you have to sign for it. Wrap it, whatever, and then put that inside of a priority package. So that's definitely sealed. Send that to yourself. Put that inside a priority and then send that shit so you have to sign for it. Oh, it's double sealed. No contesting that shit because you'll have to open the fucking thing. Look at anybody. Nope. Oh, this is also date. Yeah, a week before. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Shit. I don't even have to put play. I'm guessing this is the song. Yeah. You lose, dude. I'm sorry. How much? $1 million per hour? You lose. Your lawyers might be awesome, but can you beat this date with any proof? No. You lose. We want to hear it. Do you really want to go through this, dude? Do you really? Are you going to be like that? Fucking bring me a goddamn beatbox. Let me get it something. We got a boombox. We've all heard the MP3. You know what I'm saying? And they do sound similar. If this date and it's the same song, you're fucked. And on top of that, making us do this? That's what we need to start doing. You're really gonna make us do this? I want a DNA test. That's you in the fucking video, man. Not till I see the DNA proof. It's gonna add another 20 years if it comes back and it's your fucking DNA. You get that? We'll get you out of here if it's not. You just act like you're about to roll some dice? Yeah. You want to just go back to your cell? Yeah. That'll save you another extra 20 years. Yeah, it was a good front for a second, but yeah, that I don't know how I'd front my DNA changed. No, it's not. You, Donald Trump swapped me. Alphonse Capone was treated better than this. Oh yeah, I wanted to have a story called Insolent, but it's actually written out. There's like whatchamacallit, like a diagnosis type sheet, you know what I mean, whatever, and then like, you know, what's in for is like it's insolent, and then I wanted to have the person come over like with red and type it right in unsilent, you know what I mean, just basically so it's, instead of insolent, unsilent, like that's the truth, is they wouldn't be quiet. It's not that they were insolent, they just wouldn't shut up. There was no reason to. And they show for the thing like, you know, this person is a position of authority, so you're supposed to shut up. And they're just like, but I don't feel, you know what I mean? I don't feel any respect towards you to actually authorize that. And they start trying to force it, like, you think that's going to make me feel any more toward, like, you were going to teach you, and like, teach me what? But this is fucked up. I can hurt if I don't do what you want. Yeah, that won't stop me. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to try a little bit of something else. And then they show like I'm getting fucked up. They show like on the last thing. Like, what now? Like fucked up eye. Like, I'm still alive. So, when I get better. Like blood come out of the, you know what I mean? It's, I'll get better, unless you just kill me now. It'd be the best thing. I'm just gonna lay back on the fucking ground. It'd be the best for all of us. Just go ahead and do it. You still won't stop talking. We're not picking the head up anymore. Just go ahead and do it, man. I'm not gonna stop. I will not stop. Even the 4th time you're here, I'm like, this is already the 6th time. You just don't count the times you were doing this to me before. Now you're actually focused and realize that you're all doing this. So go ahead, man. Fuck you. I don't know if I've read this one. Come on down. I was born here, never did belong. Seems like every path I took ended up leading me wrong. You're gonna die, babe, didn't you hear? No one's made it out alive since that date weren't even a year. So I pray here, so I guess I'll stay here till I get myself right, till I unburden these fears. 'Cause I'm gonna die, babe. Was that not clear? Only promise that ever made come true. I'm all my fucking time here. Take myself away from here, someplace I can stay, safe and sound like solid ground, and push my cares away and brush those scars away. Till then, we're gonna die, babe. Is that what you fear? Might as well get over it now, 'cause it's even closer, dear. You're gonna die, babe. Or did you not hear? No one's made it out alive since that date weren't a year. There's a problem with writing shit like that because your mind doesn't want to say it, even when you write it on purpose. Since that date weren't a year. That's not right. Foot Grave Man. I haven't written that, but I want to. Yeah, I feel you fucking pervert. Boom, 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 boom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm a junkie. Sorry I disappoint. Sorry I don't really care if you care if I smoke this joint. I'm sorry for non-perfection. Sorry to bother you. Sorry for the fact that my voice echoes through the valley of abused. I didn't dream this part. This part was the ride. I think I see forever across on the other side. I didn't plan this part. The dirt falls in my eyes. A simple prayer is in my heart. Kiss me, sullen bride. I'm sorry for everything, but why? I feel so sorry for everyone, but why? Be there. I don't want to be there when you come down. Something about your eyes. I understand, lost and found. Heavy is the head that burdens the ground. Heavier is the heart that laid it down. All you could have seen, every single dream, everything in between, just broken now. I don't want to be there when you come around. You ain't enough dirt. Ain't enough dirt in the world to put you further down. Heavy is the head, burdened by the crown. You think it's bad, you should have seen the gown. That long white dress we make into a mess. All you could have seen, every single dream, everything in between, just broken now. Don't think I want to be around when that gravity pulls you down. Don't think I want to be around when reality puts you down. I could still read the keep, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's even still tuned. Let me check and see if anyone's still tuned. If they are, I'll just go ahead and start reading Keep Kristarean. Sorry, I had a message to return there. YouTube, Yubidoo, Zibidoo, Sonic Atlas by Pitch Innovations. It looks like some drum sets and shit. Yeah, oh well, this sounds better. I'm just going to go ahead and read it. I don't know if I should pick up from the beginning or from where I left off. I don't even know if I could find where I left off. Probably couldn't. So if I can even find the Keep Kristarean in here. There's... If at all... He who betrays silence. Cool. That one hasn't been written yet. Dopacetic instead of copacetic. I've seen the soul machine. I think I took too much again. Foam until my insides are clean. 3 times is no accident. Everything is coming up. God knows where I've been. Too long past the sun's enough. A trip to wear me thin. I've seen the faces change. Deep, dark mysteries I see through. Though they still seem strange. The truth in time revealed to me. Everything keeps coming up. God knows what I've seen. Too long past the sun enough. A trip to make me clean. It's the walk to walk for me. That's the way to walk for me. Nothing beneath my feet. I dream to one day touch and see the only thing unsweet. It's the way to walk for me. Nothing beneath my feet. I dream to one day touch the sea, the only drink unsweet. Dopacetic, dopacetic. I'm fresh off the bowl. Cracking jokes in hell. Nikola Tesla. Yeah, the cleanest Celta. Okay. Oh, salt. That's clean salt. I had Celta, but I think clean salt would work. Or Celta, either one. Yeah, that's what I've got a story called The Grandfather Paradox, where a guy outdoes the grandfather paradox. And blah, 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 blah. But I also thought today, like I said, if you could do past the grandfather paradox, I mean, if you could do an actual huge pivot point, like if you were willing to not be born or possibly be born in whatever future that was, you could stop. You couldn't go back and stop the Kennedy assassination because there's just too much tide and current going that direction. But if you could stop it before people arrived, you know, when there's a big pivot point to that, again, by stopping them on that side, it might invite other challengers to attack anyway. So then it could start a whole new other whatever. But what if the Spanish or the French? See, the French wouldn't join the South because of slavery. They didn't believe in it. In fact, they let black people come there and, you know, they would entertain, and they may not have been like full-on citizens, you know, but they definitely didn't receive the hatred. There's a lot more, dudes, you're an amazing piano player, you're an amazing drummer, you're an amazing singer, you're all, you know, your dance is so exotic, you know what I mean? It's more of a admiration than your dance is real exotic. Why can't you dance normal? You know what I mean? That's some real exotic music. Well, you gotta stop dancing and having fun with that. I can't make that music that's that fun. How am I supposed to compete with that, man? I don't even know how you do that. I don't even know how you made the piano sound like that, man. You play the piano? No. Play the fucking bass or just pick up another instrument then. Do something. Well, dang it, they're playing the drums good as hell, too. Are they playing the banjo? No, they play the fucking banjo. I don't want to play the banjo. It's like when the racists, I think that's one of the reasons why they get upset about black people going into golf and hockey and, you know, water polo and shit like that, because they probably love basketball. And then when they're black people playing, it's kind of like, oh, okay, cool. And then when they start dominating, they don't see really any white people out there at all. And then, you know, that becomes like the fashion or whatever. They're like, hockey. You know, they go to hockey and like, yeah, there we go. I like this game. It's still cold in here. I put on a jacket. I love this game. Oh, there's fighting, there's bloodshed. There's some bananas out there for that monkey, huh? Oh, and everybody's like, hey, what the fuck is that all about? No one feels the exact same way. I thought because we're all here. I'm the only one thinking he's a monkey and needs some bananas and go back to his cage. I mean, I was tired of eating the banana and it slipped. I know it has some stuff written on it. Don't read that out loud. You're gonna read out. Oh, you know when you scratch on the outside banana, it darkens. And so I scratched it on there, wait till it started to darken. I'm like, oh, that's gonna get him. And then it's like, the Charlie Kirk bullets. I had to leave a message to let him know about that. Well, don't read it out loud, I said. That one guy that was doxing people, like there's people like calling his video calling his chat, and he's basically been shitting on Trump, and they're like, you know what, you're this piece of shit, blah 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 blah, and then of course they think they're anonymous because they got the screen name, whatever, but the whole time he's already tracked who the fuck they are, what their actual name is, what their address, pictures of their house and all this shit. And so they're going through and like, so when Trump gets this, all you fucking niggers are gonna fucking do this. It's like, whoa, hey man, that's not necessary. This is necessary. You guys aren't even human. Just going through all this shit. It's like, hey man, you might want to rethink that. I want to rethink shit, blah, 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 blah. And then he hits another little hard R there. And the guy's like, okay, woo. And like this fucking thing is like, all right. So, you better just be like 3742 Carney Ave. Does that mean anything to you? Oh, we've hit the hush zone. Okay, let's start talking. No, you had your time to talk. And he starts going through there. It's like, of all the cars you could pick, why would you pick a RAV4? I don't know. It's a good car. Yeah, I'm looking at your house right now. This is your driveway, and to show it to him, like, you see him over there just, nothing. You don't have anything to say suddenly. What about Thomas? And they call him by their real name instead of the screen name. Oh, are you going to do this? You're going to ruin a 14-year-old's life? I'm like, oh no. I might be, like, 3 or 4 hard R's ago, I might be willing to listen to you and give you a break. Like, if you're like, oh, I see the error of my ways, but this is the only way to make you see the error of your ways. This is fucked up. I can't believe you're doing that. Like, I said I was willing to ask you to come in and defend your stance. I didn't say come in and attack me as a person or my race or my culture. If you want to say that, Trump did this and try to offer evidence, then sure. But if you have none of that, then let's avoid the racial slurs. How about that? Because in America, I'll say what I want to say. Okay, then, we'll check out. You know my address? I know your address. I know where you're at right now. What are you doing there, Fujaji Bougie? So, what have we learned in the last 6 hours? Anything? That's good. You're not supposed to learn shit. These are not for learning anything. But yeah, the only way to avoid a grandfather paradox, I just looked at this, would be to actually find a major pivot point. You have to be willing, like, not only do you want to stop the fucking attack, it would have to be much bigger, and you'd have to be willing to sacrifice and hope that you're born into the new, your soul makes it through another combination of DNA. You may not even know who that is or whatever, or any memory, but you'll exist. You know what I mean? Tabula rasa into that shit. And whatever world it is, you'll have to learn what that world is. You'll never know if you succeeded. If you succeed. No one will know. It's just how it went. Again, if the French had won, they had the South had almost, they could have possibly won. If the French would have helped, they would have won the Civil War. And the French were willing to help if they would stop slavery. They would not stop slavery. French had no help then. And they lost. If we would have just had a hand, we would have won. Yeah, but you didn't. Right, but you didn't, and they won't. It's only got more unpopular, not more popular. No, trust me, even other countries are probably like, yeah, you don't want that, man. Why? Because you think it's going to be us in there, but you don't picture yourself. Now that you're at the food pantry, can you see how it won't be just us? And if it is, what will you do? Seeing how you're out at the food pantry, they don't have any use for you. So your betters, who used you and abused you, now want to do a little bit more of a little bit more of a number on you. They already raised your retirement age. Oh, but you're going to escape that, right? Because you're going to have part of the American dream. Did your parents? Did theirs? How far generations back on American dreams do we have to go before we realize it's not an American dream, it's an American lottery. It's American fantasy. It is, again, some results, well, all results may vary. Chances of winning less than chance of getting hit by lightning after getting naked and running to the top of a mountain with the winning lottery ticket to the Powerball at the largest it's ever been, and you had the triple multiplier. And then you got struck by lightning, lived, cashed it in, and became a better person and philanthropist than actually achieving. At least fucking winning the lottery is possible. We get a shot every week anyways. Yeah. Peace and ease, just relaxing and being more calm, trying to be more mindful of being calm and less yelling, less being upset. It doesn't matter to get upset because that's not going to change anything. So try to be as calm. I'm trying to be as calm as I'm not preaching. I'm talking to myself. Sometimes I talk out loud to myself. I did it the other day. I called the pharmacy and I was wanting to get a refill. My lady Joanne answered and I was like, hi, and she was like, yeah, give me a few minutes. So I gave him a few minutes or whatever, about 30 minutes or so, and it had been raining. And as I'm getting dressed to get ready to go down there, out loud, I go, is it raining out there? And yes, I mean, it would be nice if she knew, but I was just, musing out loud. And then she's like, is it raining out there? And I was exactly as stupid. Pharmacist. It'd be different if I called the Weather Channel. You know what I mean? Is it raining? Who do you think you called? I'm like, and I didn't really want to explain anything, so I just like, I'll be down in a few minutes. If it was raining, I wanted them to possibly deliver it that day, because I don't want to walk all the way down there. And I mean, it's not that long of a walk, but I don't mind getting wet. I just don't like getting wet when I don't expect to be getting wet. If that makes sense. I don't mind getting wet even if there's like a possibility. Because I expect when it happens. If it happens, if it doesn't, okay, whatever. But if it's like not planning on getting wet in any kind of way, and someone does, I'm just like, fuck, turn into a cat. But I mean, if I'm expecting, I'm a fish, you know what I mean? Oh, like I said, even the possibility, going down to the beach, going by the pool, okay, I'm expecting I can possibly get wet. Just hanging out in the garage for no reason. The fuck is this? We have like swim shorts on. Yeah, I've got all the swim gear on, but that's not the point. This is the principle of the shit. It's on concrete. We're okay. That's okay. It's not on carb. Yeah, I mean, this is where my brain immediately goes, like, what got damaged? Okay, nothing cool. Okay, I'm sorry for freaking out, but I'm not expecting to get wet, so my phone. Okay, good. I don't have it. I left my phone home before we left because I don't give a fuck about my phone. I just wasn't expecting. So my first thing is like, what went wrong? This isn't supposed to happen. Did I spring a leak? No. They're laughing too hard. It is amazing how much stuff, how much reality is actually in Marvel and, well, superhero movies in general. You know, especially when you start talking about like Doctor Strange and stuff, getting it, none of like this dark moment, but there is a dark force that is wanting to, but is, like I said, almost equal to God, but it's not. And it's fine, but it just needs to be put to a place where it's unthinking and unfeeling. You know what I mean? Because it can't keep consuming, but it can consume whatever it's given. It needs to be able to consume what's given without growing, you know? Just be content with your half of the universe. Basically, this side's never really pushed back, and if we, you know, if they do decide to get too big, push back. But again, if you can just set up a thing where the inevitability of creating a universe is the destruction of the universe, and the inevitability of a destruction of the universe, you must create, you know what I mean? You must create the universe that you're going to destroy. So they create the universe that we destroy. Of us, you know what I mean? We, vice versa. It's kind of like if you're ready to go good riddance, then it's kind of like, well, that's no fun. It should be something you're like, nah, I don't really want to, but yeah, it's time. You know what I mean? We didn't run into the ground where no one's like 90% of the fucking population is like, ugh. Right now, that's like 80% of the population. It's just like, fuck, dude. And we're honestly getting sick of both sides. Winky, winky. I need the Twinkie. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Tinky Winky. Yeah. I just think of shit and jump from subject to subject. I don't have any real agenda, whatever, aside from just making noise and hoping that it's something that people want to hear. Can laugh at some point in time. How can I teach people when people already know most of the shit that I'd have to say? Aside from some of the funny shit I'd say in improv, you know, which would make sense because you have to know what the fuck's talking about in order for something to be funny, right? So, and there's got to be someone that can make fucking, like Christopher Langan and, you know what I mean? And those type of people kind of laugh. And I'm sure I could probably make Neil deGrasse Tyson laugh, you know what I mean? And in a way, there's like, that's actually, fuck, that's actually true. You You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't like to look at that, do you, Neil? No, I don't. But now you have no choice. So you can go back to, you know what I mean? That kind of shit, like, oh, fuck, yeah, he's right. And then cap it off with again. The joke on the end of that, I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah. I do need to rethink my shit. Yeah, you do. Damn it, Neil. Why did my brother call me drunk? He was pissed. Okay, let's ask Neil, especially if I had him. Let me ask you. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say Tyson in a hoodie? Like Mike Tyson in a hoodie. I'm like, you don't picture yourself in a hoodie? Like, no, I never wear a hoodie. I'm like, I'm finding this motherfucker's number. In case he's not watching, why are you sons of shit, motherfucker? It's our mom, so I won't say that. But you son of Sauron, motherfucker. You know, call him up. Hello. Look, we got one chance of working this out. You shut up and you fucking listen, okay? Don't say shit. Hey, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Mr. deGrasse. So I guarantee you probably laugh at that. What's the first thing you think of when I say Tyson in a hoodie? Well, it's not me in a hoodie, because I never fucking wear a hoodie. I'm like, thank you. Fucking hang up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you say I'm crazy, Mr. deGrasse? Yeah. Insane? Possibly. Coherent? That's all I need. That's all I need. Oh yeah, you're nuts, right? Right. Am I a danger? I'm thinking you probably could be if provoked, but no. Right, but who couldn't be a danger if provoked? You know, who couldn't? Even the most docile, oh, he wouldn't hurt a fly. Get off my lawn. You know what I mean? Pickaxe to the back of the head. Something that, you know what I mean? I just lost my shit. I don't know. Pickaxe. I can't even lift a pickaxe. You did. 14 times, apparently. That's why they're saying it was excessive. Now, I know you. So I know you didn't. Something must have... The devil, perhaps. Let's go with adrenaline. Let's go with adrenaline. I think devil's a bit far. I know you mean well. Pastor. Come on, you think that adrenochrome is going to let you do that? I'm telling you, go with miracle. Yes, it's a miracle that all of our bodies produce adrenaline. It helps us out of very sticky situations. Dilates time. Lets us process faster. Because you get scared and you're like, and you can process all that shit a lot faster. Time seems to slow down. You don't think about what is possible. You think about what you need to get done. You know what I mean? How do I live through this? Okay, that car's in the way. Hi-ya kick. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. We'll worry about that when we're the fuck out of here. When I get to my car on the other side and we're on the road driving, I'll figure out something. Like, actually, I was in my car and just smashed it out of the way. I don't know and I don't care, but I'm gonna kick this fucking car the fuck out of my... Then I'm throw it. My baby's in the tire. I'm not strong enough to do... You probably don't even think that. I'm not strong to move this. It's probably just straight belief. Like, if I don't move this... It probably isn't even just like, oh, climb out, baby. Get off my baby! Well, these helicopters, ma'am, you're gonna have to come with us. Apparently you are part Hulk. Oh, unfortunately, baby has to come with us too, because that's apparently the trigger. Once we figure out how to get you to get that, without that, then that can go away. So just start learning this shit fast, you understand? Do the whole get large, all that. I got large. You got giant. For a second, you went. You didn't see that? No, I just needed the car needed to move. Well, we need the big you that can throw trucks. Oh, woman. That's why we have the baby. So fucked up. But that is the government. That's why we have the baby. There you go. Now, as soon as we don't need to do this to get that. Let the baby go. Can't. You have a husband who can do the same thing by any chance. This one can control their emotions. I said, feel the rage. I don't know. You're about to rise us and make me a sandwich. Yes. Let the hatred. You know, this was a missile silo, and you've just about filled it up. You know the story about the 50-foot woman? Yeah, it wasn't a myth. No. Be free. Oh. The thing is, it'd be easy as fuck to film. With a little bit of green screen, a whole lot of fucking happy, a whole lot of silly, and a big PVC pipe that you cut down the side and put in a terrarium that you can see, like, you know, it's got like a little fake base, like a side of shot from a cross section, basically pushed against the side of a fish glass type thing. So it's all you can see, everything is inside. Oh my God, it'd be so great. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Especially if you're doing that for the music. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, will she get bigger? Dun, dun, dun. Catch it, escape. Dun, 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 dun. She's 50 foot tall, but she ain't no ape. Dun, dun, dun. Grandfather paradox. Keep Kristarean. Anybody feel like hearing it? Hearing it? I'll read enough that we're at 6 hours. Let's see how long we can go for. Keep going, keep going. No, not you, not you. We're not editing anything right now. Okay, there we go, page 1. The Keep Kristarean. Time holds too many untold secrets, so many in fact that eventually one comes to light from time to time. Some of these priceless treasures remain hidden for centuries, if not longer. The story of Kristarean is a dusty tale covered in the broken fragments of stories that came before and after. The official and public historical records of the events that transpired surrounding the end of the First Era sits in Argus's main library. This branch of Argus's library tree of knowledge is the first and largest archive of shared knowledge in Unia. The collecting materials started when Argus was first founded at the crossing of the Russian River, but let's not get too far ahead. From records dating to around those times, we've discerned that Kristarean was a mage in the first era of Unia, born around 1686. No one is truly sure of the date of his birth or the age at death due to the events surrounding him. He is perhaps the most powerful mage ever to walk the planet. He had heard from far too young of an age to be worrying about such things, about how minds break from mage work, and he formulated a plan to prevent this happening to himself from the very beginning, from around the time he turned 6 winters of age. 6 ages of winter. He was nearing his adulting when he decided to take up mage work as his full-time life, though he had virtually mastered restoration and wowed townsfolk with his ability to heal. He had learned restoration first in the organic ways of the elves and clerics, and a proficiency that some masters can never even comprehend. By learning restoration first, he was able to keep his body and mind as in peak condition as possible, and for as long as possible. Mastering that study so very early, while his mind was still exceedingly pliable and his body about as easily could together return from physical and mental overexhaustion, exertion, and the occasional accidents. He could do this rather easily. He kept his cognizance and physique at its highest possible state through, oddly enough, even more magic. The poisons of intoxicants and addictions ate holes straight through his teenage body, but he simply healed those wounds, internal and external, and just kept moving forward. It was a necessary evil in his mind. The very medicines that were taking his mind and powers to newer and greater heights of mage work than most had ever even seen anyone achieve were almost certainly guaranteeing his eventual hurried and premature demise. If it were not for the foundation of restoration work he so diligently studied in his youth, to build the rest of what was to come, without fear of the entire thing failing and falling apart. His intellect and reasoning were frightening to most of the people who originally came to gawk at the man-child. After talking with him, they usually walked away either feeling intellectually hammered until the very things they hung their personal truth upon were shaky ruins, or they left wondering, what could the Maker possibly want with a child that intelligent at that age? Being as it was none of their business, they rarely, if ever, actually asked. Let's see if that's actually... Okay, the volume is good on that. In his mid-teens, he next began to learn elemental studies, more for battle and defense than for conjuration or pride. Word was already spreading about the man in the child's body, which had long drawn critics and antagonists who were threatened by their own lack on the face of Kristarean's onslaught of skill. Recently adulted, who was mastering more than one school of magic and advancing each field greatly outside of their original boundaries. But he's heading for an even greater and swiftly coming crack. In the meantime, all the watchers waiting to firsthand observe the spectacular cracking just stood back and wondered at the strides Kristarean was making in all fields of magic. He would learn secrets in one school that easily translated and helped, often, several other schools. Every contribution was well documented and studied for more truths, as they jealously watched for Kristarean's eventual inevitable collapse, or to try to garner hints as to what he was up to and how he was able to accomplish such wondrous things with seemingly no consequences. When he had mastered both fields of restoration and elemental manipulation, it was far too late to stop him from attaining his eventual goal that he relentlessly kept to himself. The mages around him finally understood what he had done and were trying to desperately to piece together why, and by now they all envied and feared Kristarean. The foresight alone for a child of that age, guided by no one. His parents were traditionally Northic and did not approve of thievery or practicing magic, which they saw as stealing from nature. The thought of a self-taught and self-guiding mage from that age terrified them at nights as Kristarean ever approached and passed his adulting, and Maker knows to what and where from there as he entered the real world. He clearly thought things through, possibly from before casting his first spell to get him this far. And no one besides Kristarean knew to what ends his plans ended. Yet all bets were on the previously unattainable. The Duran Council had no limitations on what you could and could not practice or learn. It's just that some spells, although quite conceptually attainable, remained elusive to actual fabrication from theory into something tangible. The studies of each individual field necessary oft require such dedication and focus that a mage could crack just mastering one of the unattainable traits needed to be combined so as to break any natural laws. But they had remained an option on the table for all this time. These spells mostly consisted of intense repose to almost the point of death, followed by an outburst so shocking it could literally shake the foundations of Unia. To achieve control of nature, one would have to acquire the knowledge of simply spells for increasing or stopping the rain, complex invocations for landquake and violently changing weather, and even the tampering with time. However, so far, movement forward seems to be the only direction possible. It makes sense if you think about it for any length of time. You cannot go backwards, as that would undo the going backwards for whatever reason. And the same type of logic going forward allows you to do many, many things, but the one thing you did not do, tell anyone that you had come from the past. So the seconds the words pass your lips, already the story is very different, and whatever you saw will never come true. Perhaps similar, perhaps giving you a hint of precognition. Again, theoretically, these are completely possible. If one can control fire, water, and wind with elemental magic, then it should only be a matter of time and amplifying those skills to get the rain or lack thereof. But so far, in over 1,500 years of common tongues and countless years before the start of the First Era, and so far no one has been able to wield nature as a weapon. Components such as weather, fire, and ice, yes, but not the ability to change the entire climate of an area at will. Nor has anyone figured out how to heal someone to death. But that is mainly due to no one really caring about restoration magic aside from the healing of oneself and the magic trick of healing others for coins and proclaiming yourself a healer.
selling yourself off either for show, being a town shaman, or for any hiring that can afford the price you set for the skill. The higher the amount, the more you'd better be worth the rate, and you can expect at least one test before you are handed over a single coin. Hires have been burned enough times that they rarely take the quest without making sure that they have the right person for the job. It's easily enough to prove one's worth if you're a healer. Simply heal an affliction. If you're a thief, either lift a coin purse or two to unlock a safe or a padlocked door. Fighters and clerics rarely have to prove as much. If you could show your 3-year badge tattooed on your right shoulder, not the left like those thieves, then it was generally assumed that you could handle yourself well enough anyways, especially if your fee is worth the risk. While the field of restoration is often looked down upon, Kristarean realized the truth very early on. The only way to make it far enough for what he wanted to achieve would be lasting long enough mentally to do so. That doesn't mean that Kristarean wouldn't push the boundaries of restoration, often brushing up against the edges of necromancy. Restoration magic is often learned as an afterthought, with the average mage focusing on mindful destruction through the conjuring of other creatures to kill for you, or learning the elementals to manipulate fire, water, cold, heat, wind, anything that can be amplified and used to cause pain. Whereas restoration is more looked at as something clerics and cowards learn. Either those that wish to do harm or those who wish to stand out at the edge of a battle. Those that wish to stand out at the edge of a battlefield far away from harm and document the deeds of those who actually did great things, as they healed those great ones from the safety of whatever nook they took themselves into. While frequently laughed at or mocked to scorn, sometimes these healers are the ones who return from a hire with a book worth of similar stories and a heavy heart, tired from watching friends die. The higher the number of times one performs their job of healing everyone, so that everyone returns safely, determines whether or not you will be recommended to other hires or laughed in your face once stories get around about you not being able to bind a simple blade piercing. But sometimes those blades are poison-tipped or enchanted. There isn't a lot anyone can do for these situations. Clerics can pray for the illness, but mages, we work in alchemy and spells, which seems to focus on giving us things that giving us things that what we know but have no immediate access to, like a conjured blade and shield. Without knowing what poison, we can't bring forth a poison cure-all. It just doesn't work that way. With the proper alchemicals, you can neutralize most poisons, but if the alchemist who poisoned the blade is smart enough, they'd pick a poison that is not common in usual potions to cure potions. Honestly, it wasn't a bad way to make a living, especially if you were good at weaving the story or if you incorporate music in the telling. Maker, they love heart-touching words and a simple melody. You can write a complex piece of music that audiences will not touch if paid, but have 2-3 chords and words about missing your father, home, or love of your life, and they will empty their pockets for you, especially if there's a part they can learn quickly and sing along with. It's a half-life, and now half-elves use the term. Half of your life is spent watching others achieve the impossible and receive praise and fame. The other part of your life is telling their stories. And here's the catch. You can tell those
and sing those stories as if they were your own, because almost all the witnesses are dead. Who would know? In the off chance you spot the person the song is truly about wandering in the crowd, simply dedicate that last one to the bravest, kindest, and most powerful fighter I've ever shared the battlefield with. I knew he'd never brag on himself, so that's when I decided to write down their exploits. Someone give him a drink, yeah? Or any other insincere nonsense needed to avoid physical conflict, and any anger quickly retreats back into the darkness of the mind as the meat and nails flow in from strangers to the hero that inspired such a wonderful, heartfelt story that entertained the entire pub. By the end of the night, they would be halfway famous, from what I've seen anyways, and that always buys off any hard feelings on their part. The song is really popular. You'll never hear an unkind word from them as long as they live. So for a mage to start with restoration was seen as a sure way to never advance far enough to make a name for yourself. The huge goal in the world of humans, with a town that churns out and attracts in every year as many souls as Argus does. You could, however, be hired by pyromancers or the like, guarding the clan and teaching others self-healing in between protecting the octex that you hired. Almost all mages are slight. That's actually being kind, skint, gangly, weak, gaunt, if you will. These have all been used to describe mages, even battle mages. They are big for mage kind, but for just average human sizes, they'd be around the size of a medium thief, which is to say they're usually slender and fit and having well-toned muscles. This is due to a combination of factors. First, generally speaking, weaker and thinner humans tend towards thievery and mage work. Their naturally smaller frame and size gives them huge advantages in these fields, where there are detriments in smithing, fighting, and even cleric work. The second reason is how much study is needed to become a mage for of any significance, or even carry work to oneself. There are tomes and tomes of words and sayings of power, and all that is just available in the public library. With enough study, any common human could cast light, heal wounds, simple things, but within the Mages Guild lays a copy of every diary and journal of any mage or pre-cleric of importance. Anything to help mages better understand the fields of thought that they toil in, relentlessly looking for something new or a new way to improve the skills you currently have, like making a self-octet, usually only achievable by musicians for obvious reasons, orchestration itself. And believe me when I say that the arena is competitive, and it is not uncommon to see mages at painstaking labor in the guild libraries for days and days without break for anything besides food and drink occasionally. The books are all available to any mage who is recognized by the guild. Higher skill books are sealed roundabout with a spell taught around the 5th year of study to prevent any books from being stolen or even seen by eyes that are not approved or ready for viewing. Once on loan out to a student, you have until you return it, or 3 days maximum, to study. There is huge demand in Argus. The mages alone count in the thousands of thousands, much less the average Argus citizen, perhaps looking to never need a lantern again. And with a line of students wanting the few copies of the same book to try to assemble even more information than the previous users who had just read the identical words, it can lead to intensive study sessions that lead many devotee towards dark paths just to make the most of the 3-day lending period. It had been petitioned many times by the populace to extend the time to 5 days, if nothing else, to quell such rampant intoxication usage
and the accompanying frequent mage crack, but oddly enough, the head of the Argus Library Assemblies, a failed alchemist, refused to even listen to this most logical of pleas. For like 6 hours and 30 minutes. Who could possibly have foreseen that? Too bad positions of appointments like that are handed down from the table of anonymous decision to trusted advisors within the ranks, and those appointments, like librarian for mages, are generally made for life. It seems unfair and even ludicrous to do this. Place a questionable person, not voted on by the people, in charge of anything for life, placed there by anonymous leaders, regardless of what kind of person they were, or are, or become, regardless of the desires and politics of the person doing the appointing. But I promise I can show you the paperwork whereby it is henceforth completely legal and fair in accordance with the empirical justice charter of the First Era, despite morality plainly saying otherwise. You kiss the right boots or rings and you can achieve goals far beyond your actual capabilities or wildest dreams. Just as this head of nothing important really, who was appointed by, oh yes, the table is anonymous, so we may never know. The doyen cleric, the harbinger of the fighters. In that respect, I admire the thieves' ability to find the table's true identities within a week of the formation of the anonymous decision council. The thieves never ever shared that information for free, and even then it was a person-by-person transaction. Each identity peeled back from obscurity was another proper name revealed and home located. They found every individual through some form of matchmaking residue of oils or something. Let's call it right there. That's 6 hours and 30 minutes, and I'll give a break so that way we're not just kind of flooding with too much information. I can remember that is page 5, and there's ... apparently. So even if I close this out, I can remember that. I don't know if anyone would want me to come back or not, if you want me to put on some music and whatever. I need some food, so I'm going to go cook some steak. I've got those 3 steak ribs, strips again, and I'm going to make some food. I'm going to saute some onions. Ooh, I got a shit ton of fucking mushrooms. Pour up the mushrooms and put that shit on there. It's time to get that shit done before they go bad. So I got like 2 big old buckets of that, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to do some onions, and I'm going to do what kind of rice and shit. I don't know, I'll figure when I get there. So let me know if you want to hear some music till then. No, there's other videos out there that have my music on there. You can just chill and do other shit. And if anyone wants to hear some more shit, put some thumbs up on this bitch, and I'll fucking finish up the story. Because no one ever thumbs up on anything. That's fine, I don't care. But I'm just saying for this time, if you want to see some video, because I'll be gone, so maybe people watch it later on. If you want to see it, then thumbs up. That means you made it this far. And I'd appreciate that, so I know to go back and read some more. I'm going to read more, but do you want me to read it tonight or tomorrow? I'm going to keep reading it either way, but I might not get back to it. What's going on? Did you just type that? Have I missed you from... Have you been talking? I apologize about that if I missed you. I haven't really been paying too much attention to what's been going on there. But I can continue reading some more in a bit. Like I said, let that kind of sit. If there's any questions, I don't mind answering that, especially when I get back. If you want to rewatching that I just did, and if anything didn't make sense. I hope I read it clear enough. I made some but you know. I'm noticing with this one on here, I must have done the original and put it through here and read it because there's extra shit in there. Like the doyen, I knew I'd changed that to be the doyen cleric and the harbinger of whatever. But I started noticing a lot of stuff being different from the first time I read it, which is probably why those other ones fucked up. Fine by me, because this one actually has a lot of shit and it's a lot smoother of a read for me. So I must have been reading through it, go no. As far as did I get through it all? I don't know.
So I've at least been through it one time, reading it possibly out loud to make sure that it flows better, because it's definitely flowing a lot better than it was in the past. Steak is great. I'm gonna go eat a steak tonight. We're gonna eat it right. Steak is such a treat. It is the world's best meat. We're gonna steak tonight. We're gonna eat it right. Steak is such a treat. It is the world's best meat. 3. You wanna come over? Have a steak?